Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 4K World Cup 2023. We witnessed bloodshed last week with all 32 teams in action in the fierce round of 32. This time, elimination lies waiting for 8 teams who failed to score victory. However, for the time being, this match shall not have any danger await any of our 12 participants. I'm Raviel and joining me is Potassium F. How's it going?
Going very well here. Excited for another week. We've got a lot of really exciting matchups this time, and the first one we're going to be seeing, actually, is going to be South Korea versus the United Kingdom. Actually, United Kingdom pulling off a small seeding upset last week by 1, but seed number 1 here in South Korea versus the seed number 17 in the UK, in the winners bracket, of course. So this is going to be an interesting one to see how the teams scale in a slightly harder map pool this week.
Yeah, South Korea were able to sweep Venezuela last weekend, but despite that, they only take a single first place spot on Rise 3, which was Hopeful Frontier. United Kingdom were one out of the 2 teams to beat higher seeded opposition and did so in a 5-3 fashion against Mexico. Interestingly enough, the United Kingdom have 2 maps that they've scored better on than South Korea, which is Rise 4, Poppy, and SV1 OMG. So this will be South Korea's and United Kingdom's 3rd encounter in 4K Mania World Cup, their last match ending in a 6-3 victory to the United Kingdom in the 2021 quarterfinals. But of course, now circumstances look a lot different, but do you think United Kingdom can pull off any shock points today?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't actually look too closely at the scores, the stats, so I'm kind of surprised to hear that United Kingdom won on one of the Rice picks, but they are actually a very strong Rice team overall now that you look at it. I think, especially given this pool, there's a lot of chokes involved as well, potentially, that could come out of either team. So I think the matchup is definitely volatile with some of the Rice picks and the SV picks in particular, but I feel like South Korea still do have that really strong advantage just because they have so many safe picks in those LNs and hybrids in particular.
Yeah, South Korea definitely have a very scary LN lineup. They were 6th on LN2, 2nd on LN3. In contrast, United Kingdom was 16th on LN2 and 5th on LN3. So we should see South Korea try to, dabble around with the LNs, possibly some of the hybrids. But I think also, the Rice section should still be fine. They were able to take 1st on Hopeful Frontier, and United Kingdom were 3rd on Hopeful Frontier. So some hope for South Korea, at least for the Rice department.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, South Korea by no means is weak in any skill set. They're obviously first seed, they can play everything, no matter what. But it's more of a case, when you have that luxury, you kind of want to pick away from your opponent's strengths rather than, having to worry about your own strengths and weaknesses too much. And I feel like United Kingdom, I'm at least definitely more. I would say I'm more of a believer in their Rice than their LN at the current moment. Obviously, they have some really strong LN players in. Newson in particular is extremely strong, but as a team, yeah, I would expect Rice to come out of UK, LN to come out of South Korea.
Yeah, speaking of LN coming from South Korea, they are protecting Future Eve, which is LN1.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. LN1 always that kind of slot that if you're not very comfortable with LN, releases, you're not going to have a very good time. So, a good one to try and target some of the potential weakness that might exist here in the UK side. I feel like UK might opt to even protect an SV as well, given that you said they performed quite well in the SV last week. Small, I would say SVs this week's, they're fairly similar in terms of difficulty, depending on the person. Small increase in difficulty, so I feel like if UK was performing very well last week, they should still be fairly comfortable with this week's SV. Maybe we'll see a Mr. Scratchman protect, potentially.
Yeah, United Kingdom actually protected SV1 last week. So they could follow that up with another SV1 protect.
I would say SV1 this week is more similar to SV2 last week, but there's not really anything that I would say is quite the same as OMG from last week.
Yeah.
Hard to tell though. SV is always one of those weird things. You never really know how good any given player is going to be.
They are going for Rise 4.
Okay. So they're just leaving. This is potentially that United Kingdom don't really care that much about which SV gets picked or banned here.
Yeah. Also, can we boo the United Kingdom for banning the custom song? Shaking my head.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Also, funny thing about them protecting Rise 4, because they actually scored better than South Korea on Rise 4. I just thought that was a little bit funny, coincidental.
Yeah, I think this week's Rise 4 is a different category though, is it not? Than last, because I think now we have Rise 3 being the jackpot of this pool. So Rise 4 now is, I'd say Rise 4 now, Innocent Revolver is similar to the Rise 3 from last week. It all gets kind of shifted one a little bit. If there is a 1-to-1, I feel like Innocent Revolver is similar enough to the Rise 3 last week that it kind of fits in the similar-ish category. More of a jack tech.
That's quite scary, because South Korea were first place on Rise 3 last week.
Aha, but what if South Korea misses? Because I feel like that is a very missable map, in particular that one. So we'll have to see right now. I believe we're waiting on South Korea's ban still. Interesting to see what they go for. I have to imagine, you know, in the position that South Korea is in, if they're comfortable with all the Rise picks, it really feels like it should be an SV ban, is what I would expect from South Korea. Whichever one they're less comfortable with.
They banned Rise 2 last weekend, but they are banning Rise 5 this time, Celsius.
Okay, Celsius more of the kind of how do you really describe this? It's a bit of a stream speed dumpy patterns.
Dump.
Kind of,
I would say it's just dump, yeah.
Yeah.
Very dump focused. But for South Korea to start off, it's probably going to be one of their lens, either Future or Infinity, I think.
Yeah, I think more than anything, South Korea's ban is more just an indication of what they're less consistent with, rather than what they can't do. So yeah, looks like oh, bad for me. Hang on, okay, Hybrid is going to be the first pick coming out here.
Yeah, this one's gonna be interesting, because South Korea didn't get to play Hybrid at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know they definitely can, and here we get roster coming in. Poker, of course, being one of the players to look out for this entire tournament, especially for these early stages. Poker has some extremely strong accuracy, but United Kingdom, I feel like on a map like this, they can definitely put up a really strong score. Newson and Zubin both have been performing extremely well for the team for the past few years.
Yeah, so for last weekend, Poker was able to MVP 5 out of the 5 maps, and United Kingdom side, Newson was able to MVP 5 out of the 8 maps. So 2 players to watch out for. Also, this is also going to come to a test for Mini-Egg, who has been relatively unknown, I think, for the tournament scene.
Yeah, I think in general, the UK's third player for all of their maps has been kind of rotating around a little bit, but like definitely the more unknown factor of this team, right? We all know how strong Newson and Zubin are, particularly in, you know, the Rice maps for both of them, very strong as well. It's more about, like, can United States' third player really match up? And that's been the big question mark, because obviously new players coming in, hard to really tell unless we see in the tournament setting. And this is going to be a massive test for them right now against South Korea. Starting the map now.
Yeah, one single mirror for Mini-Egg. But this intro should be as tame as it gets, but Newson will actually miss for the United Kingdom, and that would be advantage of Korea from the start.
Yeah, very early miss, and yeah, as you said, that's a big accuracy drop as well, down to below 99%. So South Korea, fairly large advantage, especially given the accuracies that they're holding right now are extremely high.
Yeah, their lowest accuracy player for South Korea is beating the highest from the United Kingdom. This has been a bit of an onslaught right now for the first quarter.
I'm trying not to, but like I can't stop looking at Poker's screen right now because 99.95 is stupid. Like it shouldn't happen. but it's happening. So yeah, 99.85 lowest right now on Vanilla Latte for South Korea. Actually beating out the highest accuracy on United Kingdom. Mini Egg right now still holding on to the full combo, but a little bit behind in the accuracy compared to the other players. And Yusun also struggling to catch up there in the accuracy.
Yeah, there needs to be a detrimental miss coming from South Korea because none of the players are letting up. Polka still holding 99.94.
And it just looks like South Korea is so comfortable with this. Oh, there's a miss for Mini Egg there, right at the halfway point before this little bit of a break section.
Yeah, it's just more salt into the wound, but you know, it is South Korea's pick. It is the first pick of the match. I think for United Kingdom, this will not say much about the entire match as a whole, but this is definitely a statement performance in South Korea, at least from some of the highest seeded teams in this tournament, to watch out for them.
Still the last third of the map left, but obviously it does feel almost impossible with the way that South Korea are playing. It really does rely on massive mess up if United Kingdom want to come back. And, you know, the map is fairly consistent. There's not really too many, you know, massive difficulty spikes or anything like that. And so far, at least, South Korea have been looking way too comfortable.
This ending can get a little bit dense and a little bit confusing to your fingers.
Yeah, we did actually see
like which fingers you need to hold.
Somehow Vanilla Latte dropped in. I must have missed that. It must have been one of the trills or something, getting 200s there. But,
it is very easy to drop 200s on the trills.
Yeah, and if you do, that's massively punishing. So 0.2% is the accuracy drop there, but ultimately not going to be enough. 30,000 point lead as we're getting into the outro here.
I need to see Polka's ratio. This is
absurd.
Oh my gosh, 997?
997? Oh my god.
That is 997. 157.
Ooh, that's I'm gonna round that. I'm rounding that up to a 1-to-20 ratio. That's kind of destroys everyone else.
Gosh.
YZ as well, also getting the score of double S.
And a little bit of a shaky act from Vanilla Latte. I think might be one of the trills, the two 100s and 150, but
yeah,
still an SC nonetheless.
That looks like a trill moment. But, you know, without that, I would say that most of those 200s came from that one. Without that, that would have been a score like right behind YZ for sure. But yeah, very, very scary team score, and you can see why that was the first pick from South Korea. But now this is where it gets kind of interesting here. What do United Kingdom want to pick? They did protect Innocent Revolver, but
wait, is that SV1?
Okay, SV1.
Alright, here we go.
I'm liking this. Okay, Mr. Scratchman coming up. This one, I would say, maybe not easy is a strong word, but like the more comfortable of the two SV maps you would expect from most people.
Yeah, if anything in this map pool, like United Kingdom, this has to be one of the few maps that they have like a possibly good shot at to steal some points.
Yeah, for sure. This is, I actually just don't know. I don't know who's favored for this one.
I don't either.
What I do know that though is that Poker is very good at SV.
Yeah, I mean Poker, YZ, Poker Fanboy, they all played OMG last week and Poker MVP that. For UK it was Newson, Mini Egg and Dragon MVP'd OMG. So we are seeing that lineup, actually all 6 players, all playing last weekend's SV1, playing this week's SV1. I'm mistaken, Gaysol was in actually, not YZ. So that's one slight change.
Okay. But the SV teams, always depends on who really practices. I think a lot of teams are going to switch out their players depending on individual SV maps that we see. But let's see, this one has quite a few tricky slow jams involved near the halfway point. I feel like those are going to be the real points where the map ends up being decided.
Yeah, not to mention nerfs also play a little bit here because we also have 3 players that have not played MWC before, Poker Fanboy, Mini Egg, and Dragon.
Yeah, a lot, especially on a map like this, right? SV, slow jam, nerves are massive in a scenario like this. Especially because even regular 200s, if you get too many 200s, that could be map deciding if all 6 players manage to find the FC here.
Yeah, because for SB maps, usually note count isn't that high, so when you get an accurate drop, it's gonna hit a lot. But so far, so good for all 6 of these players, but accuracy advantage to South Korea.
Yeah, Poker's gaming again.
Poker is just gaming again, yeah. It's actually Nielsen falling behind for United Kingdom.
Yeah, dropping a few 200s there, not feeling the this LN section too much.
So all 6 FCs actually Dragon dropped a bit as well. I think Rush some of the patterns dropping down to 9.4.
Gasol dropping accuracy just a little bit as well. It's Poker that's, you know, head and shoulders above everyone right now. Poker Fanboy.
Just Poker.
Poker Fanboy dropping a few 200s there as well. It gets closer, 3,000 points the difference. It really feels like it's entirely in Poker.
I saw Gasol hit a 200.
Oh yeah, it is getting close. Gasol now with the lowest accuracy in the lobby.
It's just Poker though. Poker's just carrying South Korea ahead.
Yeah, that slow jam part just there was one of the hardest points in the map to get accuracy, and it looks like Gasol was not very happy with it at all.
Mini egg, Mini egg tanking accuracy down to 99, low 99.
Oh, and there's not that much part left of the map. I think that's most of the difficulty of the map out of the way. There's just a few kind of sections left, but not really. I mean, the slow jam is pretty much done now. It's all just these short stream sections.
Yeah, and then this kind of like swing pattern of the holds. I don't think the lead is gonna change. Unless something huge happens from South Korea, but...
I mean, it has to be a miss at this point. But
yeah.
It looks too comfortable right now. Poker Fanboy managing to get the accuracy back up. And, I mean, this is just the poker show right now. 99.88 is going to be the final accuracy.
Is it?
Oh, that's with 200s. 54? Oh my god.
That's like crew K levels. Oh my gosh.
That I thought that was 100% a Score V1 SS.
I thought it was
with that percentage, but oh my god. Yeah.
Well, crew K, you have an opponent. My gosh.
Well, that's going to be hard to beat for anyone, really. 54 300s. But yeah, 6-way FC, actually. Very strong showing across the board. No one missing. A few accuracy drops, and that's basically all that happened. And it goes over to the South Korea at the end of the day. So first break point early on in this match, 2-0. And South Korea now, they get their own pick. I wonder. Hybrid worked out for them at the start. LN's still on the table. I can't imagine them going anywhere else. SV2 would be flex pick right now, but I feel like that's just a little bit too much risk. And South Korea really don't need to be taking that risk.
I think Rice can still be understandable. As long as they don't pick something that is maybe a bit on the stamina side.
I really feel like you really can't underestimate United Kingdom right now. I think you should. Oh wait, oh my god.
They are going into some revolver.
Oh my god.
Wait. This is United Kingdom's Protect?
This was UK's Protect.
We saw this happen last weekend where a team picks an opponent's Protect, but I didn't think it would happen this soon.
I did not think South Korea would pick a Rice at all today. But not only that, but they're picking the Rice that United Kingdom have basically declared at the start of the match that this is what they wanted to pick. South Korea did not have to pick this at all because I think United Kingdom would have picked this next. But
oh my gosh,
we'll see. I mean, this is it feels like a little bit of a flex pick. So South Korea, you're gonna have to show us what you have on this one. Yonho coming in.
Giga Chad. Yonho coming in, yeah. Hold on, did we see Yonho at all?
Not yet in this match, but I do believe they've played in the previous matches, and
they didn't play last weekend.
Oh, they did not?
Yonho did not play at all, yeah. Vanilla Latte, Poker, YZ, Poker Fanboy. Actually, Gasol didn't as well, but...
We did.
This will be the first time we're seeing Yonho.
Yeah, I definitely know they played in qualifiers, right? There's no way they didn't.
That is correct. That is
Yeah.
correct.
But yeah, Yonho definitely. I mean, I'm not entirely aware. I haven't seen them play in tournaments much, but definitely seems like one of the most physically capable players on South Korea, which is saying a massive amount, by the way.
Yep. Also, Benefight and Zubin are in for the United Kingdom, and all three United Kingdom players on mirror, as well as Poker.
Poker ruining the perfect team mirror. But Newson actually finding a really early miss in this one. Misses are very, very possible on this one. Hugely choke-heavy map with the amount of jack focus that this has.
Somewhere else, United Kingdom Zubin, 99.8, were able to match the lowest in South Korea right now, 99.87 from Gasol.
Yeah, but it's not even just about like the lowest and the highest on each team. It's South Korea as a team is putting up this extremely high average across all of them. 99.86, 99.88. And I'm not going to mention the third one just yet. But Zubin, Benefied, both playing really, really well right now with high accuracies with the full combos. Newson, with a little bit of struggle early on, has managed to kind of recover a little bit. 99.7 is just about what that accuracy is going to be in a second here. But it's not a very long map, and we're already in the last third of it. It's still 13,000 the points in the lead for South Korea, and it feels like United Kingdom really have to hope for a miss to come out very soon from South Korea if they want to be able to take it.
Yeah, United Kingdom have recovered pretty well though. Now Newson back up to 99.7, but there really needs to be a drop from South Korea's side. But that's not a drop from South Korea's side, that's a drop from the United Kingdom's side. Benefight dropping, and the lead's gonna grow.
Yeah, and we're already at the end of the map. It's looking like this is going to be it. 3 full combos still for South Korea. The one from Zubin. Actually, Zubin matching the other 2 players from South Korea.
Yeah.
Very strong.
Like 87, and that's a V1 from Zubin as well, but wow, Poker. That's half of Zubin's ratio. That's disgusting.
Actually, look at all of these. Newson's ratio, actually one of the best in the lobby,
Newson
second best
too.
in the lobby as well, just with that one miss at the start. And Benefied only getting 1-200 as well. Actually, United Kingdom as a team getting less 200s than South Korea as a team, but the ratio from South Korea, the combo from South Korea, both just that little bit better. Gonna earn them the point here. 3-0.
It's really all the small details that led to South Korea's victory, because you see like United Kingdom's accuracy, just 1-200 from like Newson, and I forgot who's the other player. They also got 1-200, but it was just 1 misses each.
Yeah, accuracy actually looks really promising there from UK. So I feel like other, in these other Rice maps that are probably going to come out for them now, I have to imagine. United Kingdom definitely stand a chance as long as they're able to keep up the combo.
Ooh, we're going Court Jack. Alright.
Ooh, spicy.
Well, we can't compare this to anything because this is the first time we're seeing Court Jack in the map pool.
Yep, very first time. There has not been a Core Jack map last week, and there was no Core Jack map in the qualifiers. So,
yep,
this is, or not only is it kind of unknown, a little bit unknown for both teams, but even if it was known, Core Jack is notoriously risky as a pick just in general, because if all the players are able to play it, it really will come down to the most minute of details, single miss, single, 200s ratio. It's going to come down to the very tiniest of mistakes for either team.
Is that an unchanged lineup? I believe it might be.
Yeah, that was fast.
And no mirrors. Yeah, we've seen so many Court Jack maps in the past, and so many players getting ridiculous scores on them. We'll see if we'll see any of it today. A little bit of a shaky beginning from Gasol actually, but everyone else still holding around 99.9.
Yeah, despite that beginning, it's kind of despite Gaysol's score, it's kind of still even just because of the other two players on South Korea right now. But as a team, it does feel like United Kingdom have very slight advantage, if anything. We have, Binified now reaching 99.9.
Yeah. And Gaysol has recovered.
Okay, Gaysol almost reaching 99.9. This is about to be a match where all 6 players are above 99.9.
This is going to be a blink or you miss it moment.
And
like,
yeah,
not
this
just for the
is
players, but for everyone watching. Binified with the first drop.
Oh, and that's a rough one. It's a clean drop. Still 99.8 is a very high accuracy. But as we just said, 99.9 was the lowest accuracy just before. So single miss, that's going to mean a whole lot of score swing over into South Korea's advantage. And, there is no chance that United Kingdom get a strong enough accuracy lead over South Korea, unless South Korea find a miss themselves. So it's really going to come down to the combo now. If South Korea can hold on to these combos, it feels like it is a one map for them.
Yeah, that's the game right now. It's just South Korea having to miss in order for United Kingdom to catch up. If South Korea do not miss, yeah, Gaysol is 99.94, matching Yonho.
Gaysol started on 99.6. Was that not the case? I've never seen anyone go from 99.6 all the way up to 99.94 before. But it's happening right now, and it looks like still a very solid lead over in South Korea's favor. Zubin holding still 99.9. Yusun is the highest one on Team UK, holding 99.96, almost matching Poker's score, but Binified missing again towards the end. This is where the stamina is definitely kicking in, and it is very hard to maintain the combo, the accuracy for this long.
Yeah, that should be the nail in the coffin. I don't think South Korea is gonna break. Or even if they do break, it's a bit too late.
This is some absurd consistency from South Korea.
Yeah, this team scored 2995. Hello? 5,000 points drop. 30 from Poker. What?
Oh, we're hitting close to 1 to 100 ratio from Poker.
Oh, Binified's so clean though. 0 to 100, just 200 in 2 misses.
Yeah, Yusun, Yonho, Zubin, all with score V1 double S's as well. Binified almost with the score V1 double S. At the very least, looking at the ratios just purely, without the misses, it would have still gone to South Korea. Looking at these ratios are just simply not beatable by almost any team.
I mean, that's the nature of Court Jack maps, Like, we've seen so many in the past, but sometimes it just still surprises us.
Yeah, and that is going to be the second breakpoint coming through. South Korea now 4-0 in the lead. And now it's up to South Korea what they want to pick. The board is theirs, really. They could pick anything, and I think it would be a good pick, except for Complex. That would be a weird pick.
That would be a funny flex pick.
That would be a funny pick, but I don't think it makes any sense for South Korea to pick Complex. Other than that, though, I'd probably, at this point, agree with anything they want.
Yeah, they've kind of already shown that they are so strong on every single skill set. Realistically, you would go for LN just to test the waters.
Yeah, I feel like LN still is probably South Korea's biggest advantage over UK's in particular. But it looks like Happy Arnold's going to be the pick. We're going to stick with the Rice Pool here. This one, again, another one that is extremely choke heavy. One that's very easy to miss. Plenty of very fast mini jacks in this one, and bursts that can absolutely cause massive amounts of accuracy drop as well.
Yeah, this is a very heavy tech pick. It's 253 BPM as well.
But even though, there's been plenty of, basically all the maps that have been played so far, I feel like they're very high choke potential maps, and I don't think we've seen South Korea drop combo the entire match so far.
Well, we'll see if United Kingdom could do something about that, or South Korea could, drop a miss maybe to spice things up.
That really has to be the hope from UK right now, because in the accuracy department, at least, South Korea have definitely had an advantage just from ratio alone, really. UK not too far behind, all things considered, with the accuracy, but they are definitely a little bit behind, you would have to imagine. So misses from South Korea definitely have to be the goal for UK. That just means that UK themselves have to really be getting the full combos themselves.
Who the hell is this then? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Nice
Already we can see the nature of some of these mini jacks. No major trip ups yet.
Actually, the accuracies are so high across the board. All 6 players above 99.83, I think, is the lowest accuracy I see here. That's really high.
Oh my gosh, everyone actually hitting those bursts pretty well. Zubin actually dropping down to 99.7, but back up to 0.8.
There's just small advantages for now for South Korea.
And oh my gosh! Poker, out of all the players, actually finding the first miss.
First miss from South Korea the whole match. And it's going to be from Poker, of all players, the one with the highest accuracy in the entire lobby. And now it looks like that title goes to Newson. United Kingdom have the advantage, 6,000 points in the lead now, as Poker gets up to 400 combo.
We can't get excited yet though. And as I say that, Benify drops, but they are one of the lower accuracies on the United Kingdom, so I don't know if the lead's gonna change that much, but it is teetering towards South Korea.
Yeah, it looks like it's going in South Korea's favor ever so slightly now. I think that was just enough. South Korea have a very slight accuracy lead, but the one saving grace right now for UK is that Newson is still the highest accuracy in the entire lobby, and with the full combo as well.
Right now, that lead can just swing over if there was a miss.
Newson getting a couple 200s there. That drops the accuracy down. Still the highest, but not by very much. And it looks like overall, South Korea's accuracy slowly edging out UK. Zubin as well, actually matching the highest accuracy on South Korea now. Actually, Newson and Zubin both feeling like they're actually topping the lobby. As far
here
as
we go, final 10th. This will make or break United Kingdom's point.
It's still on a knife's edge right now. 2,000 points the lead. And no one missing. Oh, we can see the scores now.
Wow, 2,400 points, If South Korea does miss...
We have 4 players on 961k in that break, and 2 players, I think that was on 957.
That's not gonna happen. There's not gonna be a miss from South Korea. That is a very small lead to South Korea, but still a point nonetheless.
Tiny lead, and
wow, that ratio from Poker. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I don't understand these scores from all 6 players. We've got so many. We've got, well, not even that many. We've got what, 1 score v1 double S?
Vanilla.
But then 2 other people with misses 0-200s from Poker and Binified. Newson getting the highest accuracy with 2 200s, which is somehow the most 200s in the whole lobby. Don't understand how that works, but everyone is just so good in this lobby. But it's South Korea just barely winning out all of these points in just pure accuracy. 5-0 now, and it is going to be, well, actually not even South Korea's pick. It's United Kingdom's pick. I forgot South Korea was the one that picked that one.
Yeah.
Who the hell is this then? Arnold Schwarzenegger.
And now Poker's asking United Kingdom to pick LN. Oh, this is the last straw for United Kingdom's upper bracket survival. They are going for complex. This has to be like the final throw of the coin.
Yeah, I mean, the first SV map went South Korea's favor, but Complex is a very different map overall. There's not really so much slow jam difficulty. Actually, it's hard to really describe. I don't really know how to even describe where the difficulty from Complex comes from.
I think it's more the memorization. I mean, it's like if you don't know the song, it's very difficult to kind of catch some of these SVs. But if you know the song, then it becomes a little bit more reading than memo.
Yeah, I kind of get that. It is very hard. It's impossible to sight read this one for sure. So you do need to learn all of the small changes in rhythm throughout the map. But as you said, yeah, once you do learn that, there's just there's a little bit of slow jam here and there. There's a little bit of, you know, teleport bumps that are gonna be the main culprits for you dropping 200s and dropping accuracy overall.
Well, besides Mr. Scratchman, this has to be United Kingdom's next closest map to score.
Yeah, we'll see. Although I am slightly concerned that, you know, whenever an SV map is picked this late, it's usually not the strongest of picks, I would say.
That is fair, but we are seeing for the first time in at least the knockout rounds, Cool Dude Yes for United Kingdom.
Nice name. Okay, so let's see.
This map for United Kingdom's upper bracket survival. If South Korea do take this point, they are through to the upper bracket quarterfinals.
I'm gonna assume that was Client?
Yeah, this is Client being a bit weird. Okay, there we go. Picky accuracy from the start of Cool Dude Yes, actually.
Yeah, I was more looking at Cool Dude Yes because I think it showed that Cool Dude Yes missed the first note, but looking at the combo, that was definitely not the case. Regardless, definitely struggling in accuracy a little bit compared to everyone else. YZ also at that low 99 mark, so all things considered, accuracy is kind of similar here.
It's once again the poker show though, 99.9.
That does feel like the entire difference being made here because Dragon, Mini Egg, YZ, Poker Fanboy, all very close in terms of the accuracy overall.
Cool Dude Yes actually dropping out of the 99%. But we still got the second half. The second half can definitely cause some misses.
Okay, everyone hitting the trill well there. And now we get a bit of a section. I don't really expect any accuracy drops to come from anywhere here. Ooh, Cool Dude Yes dropping a couple of 200s there on that trill.
Yeah, Cool Dude Yes is just trying to probably fall into the combo. Which could be good in some situations, but when you're against South Korea, I don't know if that's the situation to be in. And it does seem like South Korea have studied their SBs this time round.
Absolutely. Poker actually dropping quite a lot of accuracy. There was quite a lot of 200s towards the end.
Yeah,
but so does
now.
everyone else. So Poker being the only one above 99.7. It's going to be, I believe, the 990k for Poker. And
I didn't catch that, was it?
Yep.
Yeah, it was. By 198 points, and that will be it. South Korea takes it 6-0 over United Kingdom. Still a really good performance from the United Kingdom. Like, they are technically considered a low seed. And to actually, you know, lose by just a couple 1,000 of points on a few maps against the seed number 1 is definitely something to commend, but you know,
Yeah.
the scores doesn't lie. The scores don't lie. South Korea are going to the quarterfinals of the upper bracket. United Kingdom will be dropping down to the lower bracket. They are not eliminated yet. They still have a second chance.
Yeah, and just a quick shout out as well to that last map. I think 6 players FCing that one is very impressive.
Yeah.
As well as the accuracies
All
that we
6
saw
players.
overall. I feel like that score from UK at the very end would have beaten quite a few other teams. But not South Korea today.
It is you need to be on like your S game and even more to beat South Korea when they are this consistent. But props to United Kingdom for trying to push South Korea all the way. But with that, we still have so many more matches. We are only just getting started.
Yeah, we've got
we have
a lot
another
of
match in 49 minutes? 49 minutes. Philippines and Spain.
Yeah, this is going to be a fairly long block we have here, all the way until the end of Taiwan versus Italy. There is all just going to be this one stream. And as you said, yep, just under an hour, 49 minutes, come back here at 12 UTC, and we're going to be seeing another exciting match here in the winners bracket as well. So make sure you don't miss it.
But yeah, until then, we'll see you around and come back in a bit for the next match. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 4K World Cup 2023. We are going to start the next match really soon with Philippines vs Spain, Seed 4 against Seed 13. These two teams are still in the upper bracket because they both have won their respective matches. Philippines managed to sweep Finland and got second places on both Vice 1 and Vice 2. As for Spain, they were able to beat the Russian Federation 5-1. So, if Philippines uncareful, Spain could actually nick a few surprise points with pretty good rise ability. This will be Philippines and Spain's second encounter in the 4K Mania World Cup. Their last match was all the way back in 2014, where Philippines won 4-1 in the group stage. I'll be joined with Potassium F. How are you doing?
Hello. Okay, I'm here. On time for sure. But yeah, this is going to be another interesting one to watch. Of course, Philippines being another one of these favorites in the tournament for a podium position.
Yeah, I mean, Philippines had a really strong qualifier. And, I mean, they also had a really strong round of 32 performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, with a team that's basically the same team, just with the one small change out in their team, all of the main Rice and LN players are still here from last year. And if you were to remember from last year as well, they very, very nearly made that winners finals top 3 podium position from the winners bracket there. So this is definitely a team that I feel like they have to be aiming for that top 3. And now Spain, this is going to be their next challenge here. Of course, Spain, a very strong team once again this year.
Yeah, they were able to keep 3 players, Godak, It's Darius, and Enthalpy, now known as Alan.
Yeah, and
But
Spain
they added in a
themselves.
few new players, yeah.
Oh yeah, Alan. Okay, that was the name change in the last week, was it?
Yeah, and previously known as Enthalpy.
Ah, yes. Okay. I don't think
So
I've
we
seen
need to
that
be
one. Yeah,
careful,
yeah. Last week, I do remember it was still Enthalpy, so it can be hard to keep track of some of these name changes mid-tournament for sure. But yeah, this is a team that I think, all things considered, they showed a very strong, very consistent performance across the board in all the maps that they played last week against Russia. And it'll be really interesting to see what the strategy really is, because I feel like both of these teams very well-rounded. I don't really feel like there's a massive weakness for Spain that Philippines can attack here.
I think it's not really more so on Spain's weakness, but rather Philippines' strengths. Because Philippines have such dominant Rice, it comes to the point where even if Spain are good at Rice, it just feels like Philippines are just gonna take control.
Yeah, when you got players like Boji on Team Philippines, very difficult to contend with. And it does look like, I believe that was the Protect coming out for Spain being SV. Another thing to consider as well, even though Philippines were number 2, I believe, the second best SV team in the qualifiers, Spain also had a very, very strong SV score, as they seem to do every year. Oh, no. Wait,
what?
hang on. Did I just... Wait, SV1 Protect, SV2 ban. Did I read that right? Yeah, and Philippines seeming a little bit surprised by this one as well. Okay. So, you don't see that every day. Protecting SV1, banning SV2.
Yeah, that is actually going to be the case, and Philippines are going to ban Happy Arnold, I believe. Oh wow, protecting an SV and then banning the other SV. Believe in the strat.
Yeah, okay, I mean, I will wait to see what comes out of this strat, because I feel like both of their SVs were probably what Spain really would want to go for, and I almost expected Philippines to ban the other SV. I feel like Spain almost in a way wasted their ban on something that Philippines were fairly likely to ban. But,
Philippines did ban Rice though last weekend.
But to be fair, this is Spain.
Yeah.
You cannot sleep on Spain's SV in any form. But either way, has the ban from Philippines come out yet? I'm reading here.
Yeah, I think it was
ban
Happy Arnold.
Okay, Happy Arnold.
Yep. So it looks like ban Happy Arnold pick Come Inside My Heart, which is Rice 1.
Okay. So Happy Arnold makes, I feel like that makes sense for the Philippines. Although it is Rice, and you do say Philippines are extremely strong on Rice, it is also, as we just saw, very choke-heavy map, very easy to miss on, very easy to mess up, and that can cause a bit of upset. And I think that Philippines are going to be looking for more stable picks than that. And Come Inside My Heart, going to be the first time we're seeing this one this weekend, the speed pick out of the Rice pool.
Yeah, Philippines have a very good score, and it's second place on this. Second place on Rice 1 last weekend, my bad. But comparison, Rice 1 being the stream pick. Yep. Philippines was second on last weekend's Rice 1, and Spain was 13th.
Yeah, I feel like Spain did have a very good score on that one though. But either way, this is a fairly different map. I feel like this one, despite still being speed, it's mapped a fair bit differently. More of that kind of dump style of speed mapping.
If I'm not mistaken, there's fluctuating BPM in this, right?
Well, I haven't actually checked the exact BPM change, but it does kind of feel like the snappings are not entirely, consistent during the main part. More of the how you would normally map dump, really, with vocal.
Yeah. That's something to definitely be careful about.
Yeah, whereas last week it was very mono snap. The whole way through, basically, it was all just straight, consistent snappings, which makes it, in some ways, much easier to be able to get good ratio, good accuracy on this one. On last week's, that is. We'll see how this goes, though. We have the rosters being subbed in right now, Boji, Els, and 7ken for the Philippines. And It's Darius and Cartografia for Spain.
Yeah, so Philippines actually had Valpsy for Rice 1 last weekend, and for Spain it was Gudak. So a player switch each.
But I don't really show you. Come inside.
It does seem like there is a map update, I think. But
delete
that
and
should be
re-download
resolved.
the map.
I think it isn't a huge deal. We should be getting started soon. Also, it seems like the referee accidentally put in the wrong command, but... Alright, there we go. Let's go.
Okay, okay.
I love you, but I
Here we go. Finally into the first map here. Philippines pick.
And client is being a little bit shaky, but we should be getting ourselves underway.
call you.
Business as usual for the client. But let's see. Early start of this map, not too big of a deal. Nothing much to talk about here. It's when it gets into that chorus that the speed really does kick up, and we'll have to see how the accuracies fare at that point. But right now, oh my god, these are high accuracies across the board, but here we go.
Yeah, 7 Ken didn't really have that good of a start. I think they got a 200 maybe at the start. But otherwise, like everyone else holding really strong accuracies too.
But look at this score. It's actually just about tied between the two. Spain had it just for a bit before, but seems like it's slipping. It's going over towards Philippines as everyone's act drops except for Boji. Still on that 99.96. That's really carrying Philippines over the line just barely. 7 Ken a little bit behind everyone else on the board, but still holding that 99.8 seems to be enough for Philippines to start stabilizing this lead.
It's definitely enough because Boji is definitely pulling Philippines ahead.
But oh my god, Spain's accuracies, all three players above 99.8. This is dangerous.
This is very dangerous. Any sort of slip up from either side just gonna either seal the victory or change the lead.
Oh, but Cartografia
And-
finding a little bit of an accuracy drop. All three players from Spain dropping now below 99.8% simultaneously. Just these small accuracy drops from each player. That's costing them now. And the lead grows to 5,000 points, 6,000 points now.
Yeah, but Spain are still doing really well to keep those 3 FCs. Never mind, Cardo will miss. And now that lead is gonna go towards the Philippines.
Yeah, Spain, it felt like they had something going there. It felt like they were just holding in, tying Philippines. But as the map goes on, Forken finding a miss there.
Yeah.
But it looks like that was fairly clean. Still 99.7 actually, a lot cleaner than the miss we saw earlier from Spain. And that's going to still be in Philippines' favor. Oh, but that makes things interesting. I feel like it's too late though. It's too late in the map.
late.
If that miss came a bit earlier, yeah, if that miss came a bit earlier, then maybe there was a conversation to be had, but it's the comfort, and it's also the Boji difference, as we can see. 70, absolutely crushing the ratios of everyone else in the lobby. But oh, look at the consistency from Spain.
Yeah.
Everyone has the
to point
same
out.
ratio. A couple of 200s in the second half there. That's what really cost them the ACK, and I feel like if they had that ACK that they held in the first half, this was absolutely a game. This could have been Spain pulling it all the way to a tied scoreline, but not to be. Philippines managed to close out their own point, and now it's Spain's point. Now we can see what Spain can do on their own pick.
I'll be honest, I do want to see Infinity Rage come out. Spain had a very good jump stream performance last weekend. Little God Channel got 5th place, but Philippines did get 2nd place, but at least it's a lot closer.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at that map even that we just saw, that kind of showed me that the accuracy is there, right? The consistency, the accuracy from Spain. As long as they can keep it up, that's the one kind of asterisk I have here. If they can't keep it up on Rise 1 throughout the whole map, it kind of gets you thinking, like, maybe is it really that good of a pick to pick the really long consistency pick? But seems like we're not going to get an answer to that just yet. It's going to be SV1, Spain's Protect coming out after they banned the second SV map. I'm still thinking about that one. I'm still scratching my head slightly. Not gonna lie.
I mean, we will see if it pays off. Maybe Spain hard practiced Mr. Scratchman and decided not to practice Complex. We will never know.
Oh, it's so strange to just not practice Complex though. Especially as Spain, maybe they just really couldn't get it going. That's all I can really
Maybe they
think.
don't feel confident.
Yeah, maybe just, you know, one or two of their players just did not feel complex in particular. That specific, some kind of specific patterns in that map just didn't click for them. But either way, this is one that I think is going to be really exciting because both of these teams, these are two of the, I would say, two of the best SV teams in the tournament.
Definitely, yeah. And we do see a lot of player swaps. We do see Alan in for Spain. We see Cup03 and APOL for Philippines.
I think this is a name change for Cub as well.
Yeah,
I believe that was
KN.
removing the tag at the start. I was wondering, I felt something was off.
Yeah. Also, it doesn't seem like else has loaded in unless client.
Huge lead for Philippines right now, 1 million points in the lead. Despite playing 2v3. Yeah, but I'm not sure what's going on with this. Maybe a board, maybe this is just, it depends on whether or not Els is playing or not. But either way, all the other players were looking pretty fine in the very calm intro section. It does look like Els is playing.
Yep. Once we get client underway, we'll see if there's any significant lead or not, or if it's going to be really close. It does seem like it's going to be really close.
It's close. Oh my god, Cub though.
Yeah, Cub is like Philippines SVAs, I believe.
Yes, absolutely, and it's showing 99.95 at the start there. That's giving the lead over to Philippines ever so slightly, but it's Darius not so far behind. Very high accuracies across the board here. It's going to come down to the slow jam sections that we're going to have just in a little bit.
It does seem like I'm is struggling with accuracy though, 99.2. And oh, Alan with a miss. That's just going to extend the lead to Philippines.
Oh, big miss. And misses in SV maps are so brutal because another one coming out there as well. Accuracy drops. But yeah, misses in SV maps, there's so little notes in this map that a single miss matters so much. It's going to affect the score in a massive way. We can already see this lead is growing to 40,000 points just about. And Philippines showing no signs of slowing down. That's most of the difficulty of the map out of the way. Cub is still holding a 99.87. Els actually now the second highest, 99.77.
Yeah, I'm and It's Dave are still doing really well to hold the FCs, but with the accuracy advantage from Philippines, it's just going to be so difficult to pull this back even with a couple of misses. A 200 from Cub, but that's not going to matter. Els will take, I think, actually Cub will take the highest score.
Wait,
right at the last second.
Cub, hang on. I think I saw something
42?
weird there. No, wait, Cub has
what?
the higher accuracy but the lower score.
Okay,
I'm so confused.
Ratio?
Osu moment?
That is
Okay.
insane.
Wait, no, I know, I don't get that. I'm
Yeah, I
trying
don't
to
get that
comprehend this in
either.
my- I
Maybe
don't
it's
get it.
ratio?
Whatever. Ratio from Cub, though, absolutely ridiculous. I think this is actually a better ratio than we saw Poker get.
Yeah, I think that is
Which
better
is,
than Poker.
Poker got
like
50-something. Oh my god.
Yeah,
How are these players doing
that's
this? And
ridiculous.
I think both Poker and Cub getting 200s as well.
Yeah,
Els.
also shoutouts to Els and Darius. Yeah, V1SS's.
Yeah, Darius got a really good score there. It's Darius and Siloska Els both the V1 double S. But ultimately, it was the other players that made the big difference there. It's going to be Philippines winning an early breakpoint, 2-0. And it's their pick again. They get to choose what they want to go for.
Oh,
and I'm going to say
Custom
Deorbit.
song?
Here we go. I was just going to say, I do not want Philippines to pick Rice after that first map. I know they don't know how close... They don't know how close the score was after the first half, but it was a lot closer than the final score looked on that Rice 1 pick. So I like this one a lot, going to the LNs, and it looks like they're keeping the same roster as well.
That will be interesting. If they are keeping the same roster. But I don't think Cub is that well known to play LNs. I may be wrong. I think it's more like 7 can.
Yeah, I definitely think 4 can, 7 can, whatever you want to call They're definitely the ones that would normally play the LN. You know what I mean? Boji can definitely play LN as well. There's a lot of LN players on the Philippines.
Yeah.
But Cub did play, I believe, some of the LN maps in qualifiers, so definitely capable there.
We will see Shiro for Spain. But yeah, like Philippines LN roster is just incredible.
Yeah,
To the point
Philippines
where I feel like
everything
it really
roster.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter like who they really put in. Like all of them can just play LN.
Yeah, for sure. But Spain, I'm definitely looking at Alan at the top there, also known as Enthalpy. Definitely
Yeah.
one to put up some really strong LN scores in particular. So we'll see if the Spanish team can keep up with the Philippines here. It is Philippines' pick, so expected that they will have the advantage, but not if Cub misses that
Very
early.
early drop. Ooh. Oh, it is extremely early.
Yeah, and a miss
And
that
Accuracy's
early.
tanking for Alan.
Yeah, this is
League actually
within
Philippines.
first couple dozen notes, so actually that miss doesn't affect all that much, and Cub already, the accuracy already kind of recovered up to 99.4, basically tying Alan's accuracy and the other two players on Philippines, winning in the accuracy department over Im and Shota Professor. So overall, accuracy lead for Philippines, and the combo lead doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, it's gonna be an accuracy game, and I'm quite surprised Apol is actually out-acking Silhouette Skiles on an LN map. That is really crazy.
Apol is absurd at LN ratio. Apol was the best last year as well at these LN maps.
Oh.
Im finding a drop though in the middle of the map, that's going to matter a whole lot more than Cub's miss at the very start. And oh, that's
And
another
Shiro.
one. Two misses for
I
Spain
think
here.
Philippines and Philippines have found the weak point.
Oh,
my
no,
gosh.
it's these shields though. These shields are so brutal to be able to combo through. You know, LN plus Jax, and we can see they're just cycling misses now on the Spanish team, one at a time, all taking turns to miss. And Philippines holding on with that might as well be 3 full combos for the Philippines right now.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a slaughter and a half. And definitely we could probably see a couple more LN picks in the future for Philippines now that they'll probably get this information that Spain have lost all their FCs. Cup will miss again, but that's just such a small damage in what Philippines has already done to Spain. That'll be it, and there'll be 2 FCs, Els and Apol.
Yeah, I mean, Apol's just general consistency, accuracy on these LN maps is like, I don't think many people in the world can beat Apol's ability on these ones. That's just insane. The ratio with the score v1 double S, Els as well with 994k, and it's just a team score that can't really be beat, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh, Cup forgot to switch scroll speed
Oh, that
and still put up a 971.
That is crazy.
Like without scroll speed change. Wow.
Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. That explains the miss and the accuracy as well from Cub, but oof. Okay, looking strong for the Philippines right now. Spain, they get another pick. And it is only one breakpoint that's happened so far, so despite the 3-0, not the end of the world, but it does feel like a gigantic wall to climb when Philippines are getting scores like this. I feel like Spain definitely, well, no SV picks to pick anymore, so definitely should be looking, I would say, towards the Rice, potentially. I feel like there was a lot more potential in what we've seen so far from the Rice.
Yeah, like I mentioned, Infinity Range is still open. I'm thinking if they want to try to experiment, maybe lift off Kodjak. But I have absolutely no clue how Spain's Kodjak is. As for tech, they could actually try some of the tech maps. Actually, speaking of which, here's Rice 4.
I think tech is definitely a place to go to. The only thing that I would kind of be concerned about with the tech is that Spain do seem to be the ones that are having more trouble keeping the combo, right, to avoid those chokes, especially in that last map we saw. Very mini-jack heavy, very shield heavy. Spain were the ones that were finding the misses there, right? So if there's any tech map that has a lot of mini-jacks, you know, like, well, actually, Arnold has been banned out, but the other two tech maps that are still up, I feel like I would be concerned about Spain's consistency to keep the combo there. This one, however, a different story. Oh, actually, no, this is one of the tech maps, sorry. I got confused with the...
This is a Hopeful Frontier version 2.
Yeah, this is one of the... This is exactly the map that I was talking about just before. This is the one that's filled with the mini-jacks. So yes, I am concerned a little bit for Spain's ability to combo it, potentially. But at the same time, it's hard to call this a bad pick, you know? Philippines are the one currently in the lead, and I feel like Spain might just have to rely on Philippines getting, you know, a bit of a miss here and there, a bit of a choke. And this is definitely one of the maps you would say has the biggest potential for that to happen.
Yeah, and we've already seen a couple of misses coming from Philippines side also over the last 3 maps. Also, it does seem like Philippines are gonna have an entire team swap. They're basically kicking all 3 of their players that played and are bringing in Boji, Vopsy, and 7ken. Yeah, Cub, I think...
Is Cub switching out?
I mean, 7ken is in the lobby.
Oh, okay. MP Kick, but with the old name.
Oh no.
I think...
Cub fall asleep.
Is Cub AFK in the lobby, just stealing the spot? Okay, yeah, okay. Full team swap does come out.
There we go. Sorry, Cub, it's nothing personal. Alright, and we are gonna see Kato with Godek and Aim, or Ima. Aimi, Ime? So many ways to pronounce that, I don't know. But yeah, Spain hoping for a chance to try and get a point on the board, and this map definitely will give them a good chance. Oh, we do see the full team mirror and the full team non-mirror.
Here we go.
Here we go.
We've got the fully mirrored stream here. Oh, it looks good.
That is so satisfying.
Okay, and Emma getting a little bit of a accuracy drop at the very start, but looks like they're recovering pretty quickly now.
Yeah, just a bit of a shaky start, but Kato doing really well to try and keep Spain at least in contention from this introduction. Oh, and that's a miss on 7 again! Like we were saying, Philippines have been prone to missing, and that's one of them. And that's gonna be a lead to Spain.
Yeah, that's exactly what Spain were looking for, but now is the hard part. Can they keep this lead? I feel like if this goes on further, 7ken did find a very big accuracy drop along with that miss. So for now, Spain has a little bit of... oh, actually, no, they're definitely not, actually. Looking at this, Philippines actually have the accuracy lead.
Yeah.
Just because of...
Boji.
Yeah, Volpsy and Boji are killing it right now in the accuracy. So this map, as it goes on further and further, if this lead stays...
Oh my gosh!
Unless something like that happens, Volpsy missing on the trill. Hang on a second. Gosh. Now it's definitely alive. Now I feel like the accuracy is not in the lead for Spain, but it's good enough to keep them in the lead. If they manage to keep this up...
It is good enough. Like, Boji is trying all they can. 99.94 is absolutely absurd. But look at Spain's, like, team consistency. Everyone in 99.7, everyone's still holding FCs. Oh, but it is a 10k advantage.
I don't want to say anything, though. There's still a little bit of the map left.
Yeah.
And... No mistakes can be afforded from Spain. You can see this lead is getting smaller and smaller by the second. This accuracy lead from the Philippines still exists, and it's still kicking in. And that's a miss at the very end. Is there enough time?
Is there enough? It might not be. It will not be. 2,291.
Almost disastrous for Spain at the end, but that miss, just Kato managing to barely last long enough. Last 50 notes there, and Boji is insane. Actually, looking at all the Philippines, 0 200s from them.
0 200s!
Just the misses. The accuracy well in favor of Philippines doesn't matter as long as Spain managed to get these almost 3 full combos on their side. And that is what did it. 2,000 points is the lead. And they're on the board now, 3-1.
That's a really good ratio from Boji, by the way, 65.
It's an absurd ratio. 998k is not something we should ever be seeing. Unless it's maybe a Jack map, but that was not a Jack map. That was a tech map. You don't know 998k tech maps.
Alright, they're going hybrid actually.
Okay.
Philippines didn't play any of the hybrids last weekend.
But they definitely can
be the
do
first
it.
time.
Yeah,
definitely. First time they will be playing hybrid in knockouts.
Basically, their whole team is very capable of playing hybrid maps. So they've got the players for it. Spain, be interesting to see who they put in for it exactly, because I feel like Spain do have a few switch outs that they do between the LNs and the Rice picks.
It does seem like Cup will join the lobby again.
Okay. Hopefully with the right scroll speed this time. Cub, if you're listening, please remember to change the scroll speed.
Oh gosh, I don't think you want to play this on like a slower scroll speed.
Yeah,
not
absolutely
gonna help.
Not. But the SV map was a few maps ago. Surely everyone by now they are very well aware that their scroll speed should be back to normal.
So as far as my notes are concerned, this is like a harder stage 3 from qualifiers.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because stage 3, I mean, definitely Philippines favored for sure when it comes to these hybrids, but also very chokeable, you would say.
I mean, we did see a couple of misses already from Philippines in this match, so
yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't choke potentials there.
I wouldn't say that any like hybrid just as a whole category is something that chokes just happen all the time in.
Yeah,
it's very hard to be very comfortable with when there's, you know, pattern switching, when there's a mix of LN and Rice combined. It's always something that's very hard to be consistent on. So it'll depend here. We've got Spain fielding their LN team for this one, it looks like. Alan Im and Shiro the Professor. Whereas we have Boji, Els, and Cub. So Cub and Els switching in. Once again for Team Philippines. Of course, Boji able to play everything.
Yeah. Spain, they actually had this lineup for when they played Hybrid 1 last weekend, so a similar lineup.
That was Water Lily, was it, last weekend?
Yes, correct. Water Lily
okay, yeah.
is last weekend's. Okay, looks like Cup is on the right scroll speed, I think.
Does look like a fairly low scroll, but I can't really talk about that.
It was faster than just now.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like both teams off to a very good start. No real lead to be had for either side, but here we go. LN starting to kick in, Jack's starting to kick in. And it looks like Alan and Shooter Professor both dropping in accuracy just a little bit. It's going to give the lead over to the Philippines early on.
Yeah, 299.9, so L's teetering between 8.9 and 9.0, but Shiro with the first miss of this map.
Yeah, and you know, now looking at this with the lineup, it's looking fairly similar. I feel like this is a good pick in hindsight now, because these Jacks along with the LN, this is exactly what Spain struggled with on the LN3 pick.
Yeah, wow, this consistency for Philippines actually. Oh, 99.89, 88.
That is crazy
ridiculous
accuracy. That is insane accuracy. The 3 highest accuracies on the board, and they're all exactly the same. They're all tied. Big accuracy lead, and Shiro the Professor misses a second time here. The lead just grows. We're halfway into the map, but it's already a 21,000 point lead.
Yeah, Spain desperately needs some misses from Philippines. And they also need to hold on to their own. Els did pick up a little bit of an accuracy drop.
And yeah, with 2 misses already and this accuracy lead, it's going to have to be a whole lot more than just a miss. Alan missing as well.
Oh.
It feels like there's almost no avenue back.
That should be it, honestly. Just seeing how consistent Philippines have been on this map.
There has to be some monumental accuracy drop, like a player getting 200s for the rest of the map. Boji does find a miss. That is something for sure, but it's just not enough.
There needs to be more. It is only 1.
There were 3 misses for Spain. Accuracy
Oh my god,
advantage.
that's 2!
Accuracy advantage still in Philippines' favor. I'm not scared yet. 2 misses for Philippines, but
Philippines
it looks like
they were playing with death a little bit, just a little bit.
still, all things considered, fairly comfortable lead in terms of points at the end. The misses at the end, you know, something to be said there, but all in all, the accuracy lead for Philippines, the combo lead overall, it is going to be their 4th point, so 4-1.
Fair play to Aim as well, getting 2nd in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. 991k is no joke at all. Actually, basically tying for 1st, if you look at Elsa's score there.
Yeah.
So both of those
Just the
players
ratio.
doing really, really well.
Okay, well, now it's back to Spain. Realistically, 3 maps left, I think, for Spain.
Let's go with Celsius. Go.
Honestly, why not?
Yeah,
Why
I want
not?
to see it. I want to see it.
I mean, Celsius is... It is quite dump focused, but...
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, with like
I
the
could see
potential.
I could see Jax coming out as well, you know, lift off. Also a potential, if Spain are comfortable with it, that is.
Oh, there we go, Celsius.
Okay, let's go for it. Celsius, the last of the, you know, kind of technical maps of the pool. More of the dump variety. This one very short as well, under the 2-minute mark, means that, you know, exactly what Spain wants. Single misses are going to matter just that much more.
Just waiting for the 3rd play from Spain. Which should be, Darius?
Oh,
Kato.
Yeah. Oh, Kato's been
My bad.
playing really, really well so far on the Rise pick, so makes a lot of sense. Has the accuracy definitely to contend with the Philippines players. But regardless, you do expect the accuracy lead to still be there from the Philippines. Their accuracy has been just a little bit better in the Rise maps overall. But of course, misses.
Oh.
That's going to be the story here. Darius coming in the last second.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we already saw what happened with Innocent Revolver. Can Lightning strike twice?
I think it can. I think this is definitely possible. I think Spain have shown that they can absolutely punish on mistakes from Philippines. But the only issue I see here is that they are kind of relying on punishing mistakes. It has to be a mistake from the Philippines, and Spain have to be able to keep up with the combo. Those are the 2 requirements that Spain have to be able to take these points. But let's see how they do.
Someone was spamming key spam in the chat. I couldn't see who it was. Bobsy and Kato with Mirror.
Okay, first time we're seeing
sometimes-
this.
Yeah. This is the first time we're seeing Celsius. Yeah, right away from the gate. No nonsense dump already. Okay, accuracy advantage to Philippines right from the start.
Very
But
strong
this is
trade
nothing.
skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, above 99.7 for all 3 Spanish players. Philippines all above 99.8, so it's just that small difference per player there. But as we said before, it's not necessarily about winning the accuracy battle for Spain, it's about winning the combo battle, and having that accuracy, I think they've got the accuracy close enough for now to be able to capitalize on any mistake that Philippines might be making. But man, Boji's accuracy is just so good.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been avoiding saying it too much, but 99.93 is so insane on maps like these.
I mean, Boji, when it comes to maps like these, are just like they can destroy them. But it's really up to the other 2 players.
Yeah, right now though, it is still Philippines solid lead. Oh, Guldak misses. And it's Darius and Kato both dropping an accuracy down below 99.7. This accuracy difference is huge at this point.
It doesn't seem like Lightning will strike twice for this map. Because it does seem like Philippines have managed to, this time round, get a hold of their combos.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any chokes. Even if there was one now, it's simply too late in the map. This accuracy lead is just too big for Spain to be able to come back on from even any late misses here. Would not be enough.
That is a very good team score as well.
Oh my
2985.
god, 2985?
That was almost, I was about to say.
Oh my
almost
god.
a full team V1SS.
That's almost 998k again from Boji?
80.
That's
8300.
crazy. That's crazy. 995k average for the team, by the way, on Philippines. And on Spain's side, they did get 2 full combos in Kato and It's Darius, but the overall accuracy just not on the same level as Philippines. And I mean, can't really blame them. Not many players can get accuracy on that level that we've seen there from the Philippines side.
Yeah, it does seem like Philippines are actually going to go for liftoff. So we are going to see the Kojak map, but being picked by Philippines.
Okay, I'm kind of glad we get to see this one. An interesting pick from the Philippines. I wouldn't have thought this would be the pick, but, you know, I know that Philippines for sure have very strong Kojak players, so it does make sense. I'm always just nervous seeing it, honestly. Kojak picks, I never feel comfortable with any team winning a Kojak pick.
Yeah, it is such a specific skill set, really.
It's just so scary. In tournament setting, we're going to see accuracies that are all above 99.9, and at that point, I would be terrified playing in a lobby like that.
Yeah, there needs to be like full-on focus, because once you slip that focus and you miss, it could lead to a chain miss, and that will be detrimental, especially with how good some of these players are on Kojak.
Yeah. And you know, I'm thinking about Boji right now because we've seen absurd ratios from Boji already on the significantly harder to act picks. Now that we've got a Kojak pick, I'm wondering how low that 300 count can get.
Alright, this is for the upper bracket status of Spain, because Philippines are at match point.
Yeah, last chance here for Spain to get another point on the board. Well, a bit of a rough start for It's Darius at the start there. But should be able to catch up pretty quick to the accuracies of the rest of the team. Actually, that said, not when the accuracies are this high. 99.9 is the second lowest accuracy in the lobby.
Yeah, I'm is matching Boji, but Cub is also matching the other 2. But here we go, Kojak time.
My god, these accuracies are insane. I'm is doing so good. 99.98. As you're saying, Boji and Cub also on 99.98. Oh my god, the 2 top players right now, 99.99, just about.
Oh my god. Wait, how... Did Boji just climb from a 98 to a 99?
Yes. And look at Boji's hit error right now. It's perfectly centered.
One of the hit errors of all time. It's really just Darius. Like, that's the lead. It's Darius.
Yeah, it's Darius struggling a little bit actually now, dropping down a little bit down to 99.74. I believe they had 99.8 before.
Yeah.
So a bit of a decrease in comfort, and that should only get worse as the map goes on, because stamina is a big factor in this map in particular, and we're only half of the way through. There are no breaks to speak of here. And although Gul'dak has a very high accuracy, just objectively speaking, but looking at I don't think I've ever seen okay, Gul'dak with a really unfortunate miss, but I don't think I've ever seen a team in MWC where the lowest AC is 99.97.
I think maybe like Interlizer Japan, maybe back in like
even then, did Japan have 3 players that could get this accuracy back then? I mean, maybe they could on like Junjo Skirt back in the day.
Yeah, I was thinking Junjo Skirt, where we see something like this from the Philippines.
This is not Junjo Skirt. This is 141 BPM.
This
Gul'dak
is so
finding
much
another
harder.
miss. This map is done, unfortunately, and not really. That's not really of any fault to Spain either, because I mean, what do you do? This map was over the first 200 that it's Darius got at the very first second of the map. That is insane.
That's almost 298. 20 from Boji. 45 and 47. That is a total. That's a total of 112 300s. A grand total of 112. How? How is that possible?
You could have look how strong Imma's score is, right? Imma's score is insane. Yeah. Crazy score. If the other 2 players on Spain got 1 million points, they still would have lost. That is how absurd that is. That is ridiculous.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's one way to secure your victory, I guess.
That's a performance.
Philippines will move on to the quarterfinals. That is one hell of a performance. I mean, also kudos to Spain for taking a single point back.
Spain got a point. Spain came close on a couple of those points. I think Spain are looking actually very scary, all things considered, and they're still not out of the tournament. They're in the losers bracket now. They could still make a deep run. They definitely look like they have the potential to go further. But Philippines, this is their win. They're going to proceed on to the quarterfinals in the winner's side of the bracket, and their matches are only going to get harder from here as they progress further into the tournament.
But yeah, with that, we're going to have another match really soon. The matches do not stop, because we have another one in 15 minutes, and that will be yep, right there. Finland and the Russian Federation.
Ooh, exciting.
Our first lower bracket match, actually. So first time we'll actually see an eliminated team.
Oh, true. Yeah, one of those 2 teams going to be the first ones eliminated from the tournament, excluding the qualifiers. That is.
Yeah.
But, going to be a very important match, obviously, for those 2 countries, so make sure you stick around for that one. 14 minutes, not too long of a break, and we will see you then.
Yep, see you all back here.
Hello everyone, welcome back to yet another one of these matches we have in this block, Finland versus Russia, and this one, definitely an exciting one because it's the first one we're going to be seeing one of these teams go well, not go home, but be eliminated from the tournament here in the bracket stage. I'm Potassium F, still commentating here with Reveal. How are you doing?
Yeah, still doing as great. We had a pretty good match previously with the Philippines-Spain clash. Now we have a match where the stakes are even higher because this is for tournament lives. Finland and Russian Federation, both teams losing to Philippines and Spain respectively, just like the previous match. So we'll see if any of these two teams are able to walk away unscathed. This will be Finland's and Russia's fourth encounter in the 4K Mania World Cup. This will be a rematch of last year's round of 16, which saw Russia winning the tiebreaker. So perhaps a little bit of revenge for Finland this time. Yeah,
this one, actually, also interestingly enough, these are the two opponents of the two teams that we just saw. So Philippines and Spain, both winning their matches against Finland and Russia last week. Interestingly enough there. So it is going to be interesting to see what the picks exactly are, because I feel like we might be getting a little bit of a Rice versus LN match, given the scores that we've seen so far. Russia definitely looked like a very scary team on Rice last week, whereas Finland looked pretty solid across the board, but I guess they might have a bit, if I were to guess, a little bit of an LN advantage relatively over this Russian team. So we'll see how the picks and bans go. It looks like early on here we're getting an SV1 Protect from Finland.
Yep.
Rice 2
and it
bans.
was Rice 5. Rice 5 Protect for Russian.
Okay, that's going to be Celsius, actually. That's an interesting Protect.
And yeah, Rice 2 ban from Finland, SV2 ban from Russian Federation. Pretty ordinary bans, honestly.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of stamina ban, a lot of jump stream bans so far in this tournament, at least last week. So kind of continuing here, Finland banning that one, especially after Russia showed what they could do, actually winning their one of the points against Spain on the jump stream last week.
Yes, that's correct. 4th place on Little God channel. That is really good. So Finland to ban out the jump stream pick, yeah.
A terrifying score there from Russia. So yeah, makes a lot of sense so far. I guess we will be probably seeing Finland being picking the tiebreaker.
Hello?
Wait. Okay.
But going for Rice 5. Celsius is the pick.
Okay, right away with the Protect. A very interesting Protect, because I don't really expect any team to be banning Celsius. It's like the last of the Rice picks I would imagine seeing banned, but either way, it seems that Russia likes the pick. It seems like they're comfortable on it, so we'll see exactly what they can do against Finland here. And all things considered, it does make a lot of sense for Russia to be picking all of the Rice. I do think they're relatively comfortable with all of the Rice maps that we'll be seeing.
Yeah, just trying to get the players into the right slots first. Because it does seem like there's a Finland player in the Russian team.
Yeah, Ghost by Camellia, I do believe, is a Finnish player. Should be switching over to the left there, while Russia is still waiting on one last player to join the lobby, it looks like.
Just for those unfamiliar, Ghost by Camellia is previously known as Stracky, but that should ring a few bells.
Yeah, definitely a player that's been in, if not the last couple, but definitely last year, I remember Stracky being played.
They are a returning player.
Yeah, been one of their most solid players for the last few iterations, I believe, for the Finnish team. So we'll see how we're still sorting out. There's been a lot of crazy stuff happening in this lobby right now. We've got players switching to the wrong slots, staying in the wrong slots, and it looks like it's all being sorted out now. Yep, here we go. We finally got 3 for each team, and double checking, they are indeed in the right country.
That is correct, yep. Albania, Ghost and Fisu, Finland. Onishan, Nepco and Robot, Russian Federation.
Yeah, now even though I do say that I like Russia going for the Rice picks, I do think that Finland definitely are capable with them overall. This is a fairly strong Finnish roster overall. I think we've seen Albania Ilya in particular getting some really high accuracies in some of these Rice maps, so we'll see how they can do in a map like this. This one's a fairly short one, so any chokes that we'll see from either team can matter a lot, can be a very volatile map.
Right off the gate, only trying to have a little bit of a ac drop at the start already, but honestly this accuracy from Russia is pretty good. And I think that should give them the lead slowly.
Yeah, Nepco off to an extremely strong start, and that's really holding them above Finland for now. Onichan, Albania Ilya finding an early miss.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a lead to the Russian Federation.
That was just before the 400 combo mark, but it basically is going to incur the full point penalty of a miss. But there, actually, Onichan finding a miss themselves. Now, I feel like that's going to completely negate that earlier miss. But the one caveat here is that I feel like Russian Federation still has a definite accuracy advantage off the back of Nepco.
Yes, definitely. Nepco is definitely holding this together. And this lead actually hasn't... Oh, I spoke too soon. Nepco now dropping. And that's a huge lead now to Finland.
Look at that drop in accuracy. We just said Nepco had a 99.8. That just went right down to a 99.2 immediately. But Fisu finding a break, that is going to help Russia out, but not for long as Onichan finds a break. We're seeing breaks from both teams back and forth. But
Fisu again.
Oh my god, this is close. We're in the last quarter of the map. It's still flickering back and forth. 3 misses at once. Fisu goes by Camellia and Robot. 0
Both SCs dropped. And Russia had a huge lead actually, 18,000 points. Because Fisu dropped out the 99%.
Yeah, Fisu having extremely big accuracy drop along with goes by Camellia dropping as well. Onichan drops one last time at the end, but it's not going to be enough. This is a win for the Russian Federation. Not a comfortable one at all, though.
Yeah, Fisu just kind of tanked accuracy towards the end, but apart from that, like, that lead saw so many swaps. Also, Nepco with 7 100s. That's the nature of this kind of map.
Yeah, and we can see Albania Ilya MVPing the lobby there, but not quite. Actually, it looks like, you know, Albania Ilya goes by Camellia with the 2 highest scores in the lobby. If Fisu didn't drop accuracy so much at that 1 point towards the end of the map, it does feel like Finland could have taken that for sure. And it's going to be an interesting one to see because now Finland get their own pick. And, well, they do have SV. Ooh. So it is going to be the SV pick early on.
That is protect into protect, yeah. Both teams picking their own protects.
Now, Finland did have the better SV qualifier overall in the SV1. We'll see how that carries over to this one.
Yeah, we will see a couple of player swaps through Shui. I completely destroyed that pronunciation. I'm so sorry.
I do not know. I do not know how to pronounce that either. We need to get some like player pronunciation manuals here for the commentators because some of these get pretty tricky, especially in other languages. I'm not even sure if this is in another language. I'm going to stick with choose. Just for short.
Choose. That sounds like a good pronunciation. Choose. We'll see Wolfpup in from the Russian Federation. I believe Wolfpup was one of the few players that wasn't in last year's Russian Federation squad, but had played MWC before.
Yeah, and of course, Loveland coming in for Finland.
So Finland played OMG, Russian Federation played Ultra Synergy Matrix, but neither team played and SV map that both played, so we shall see how this goes.
I feel like that bodes well for Finland in general, because seeing how Russia performed on Ultra Synergy Matrix is a very telling sign for how they might play in this one.
Yeah.
I feel like the difficulty points are very similar to that map. So if Finland think that they could beat, you know, Russia's Ultra Synergy Matrix score that they got last week, then this is definitely a fairly strong pick for them. Once again, I believe this is the same map that this happened on last time.
Oh,
Gonna need a bit of a
fine.
1 million.
Wolfpop actually, I think Wolfpop dropped the 200 on the first note, or like the first 5 notes. But we
A little
will
bit
need like a,
unfortunate.
yeah, we will need like a client reset here. Or if not, I'm not too sure what is going on with Choose.
I'm just going to comment, from what we saw there from the Finnish team, that is a very, very strong 3-player accuracy just overall. And we did see Wolfpub struggling a little bit early on. That should be rising ever so slightly as we go in later in the maps, but the other 2 players from Russia not actually managing to keep up with the players on Finland. Ghost by Camellia dropping a little bit of accuracy, but nothing too serious, as Fisu and Loveland both topping the lobby here in the accuracy. And here we go from a bit of slow jam in this section. This is where a lot of accuracy drops could happen.
Yeah, Finland are doing really well right now. 99.6s.
Okay, here we go. The streams, and all Ghost by Camellia
Oh.
dropping a huge amount of accuracy, but so does Wolfpop.
Yeah,
So,
accuracy trade.
and importantly, Fisu and Loveland did not drop whatsoever in accuracy, but a combo
You see
drop.
that?
That is huge. Actually, it's a very clean combo drop, so the accuracy is still in favor of Finland, but this lead will start to see shrinking, maybe? No, it's growing. How is it growing?
Accuracy, really. I think it's just accuracy.
This
Wolfpop
is
still dropping.
this is just an accuracy gap right now. Even a miss, I would have definitely thought that miss might have been enough to tie the scores, but apparently just not. And we're approaching the end of the map. There's not really any choke points left of the map really to speak of. Maybe a couple 200 points in these stream sections, but that's not quite going to be enough to make up a 30,000 point lead here for Finland.
Yeah, even with like the clean miss from Fisu, it's still 99.5, which is so strong. And like compared to the Russian Federation's accuracies, that is just way too much for Finland. And they'll take it. That is a really good score from Loveland too, almost 990.
Yeah, easily the best score of the lobby. Fisu up with the accuracy as well, basically matching Loveland in the accuracy, but just with that one unfortunate miss. Not enough, however, for Russia to be able to take it back. It's going to be 1-1, both teams winning their first picks, their protects.
But yeah, now with all the protects out of the way, it is time for them to freely pick anything else.
I wonder what Russia decides to go for now. That first Rise pick, a win for sure. Not the most comfortable one though. So I wonder whether they decide to keep going with the similar kind of technical Rice maps, or whether they try to switch things up a little bit. Hybrid's still on the table. We still don't have full knowledge about what these teams how these teams perform on the hybrids or the LN, but I would certainly expect...
Finland...
I'm gonna
Finland
say...
didn't play any of the hybrid.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure, but if I were to predict anything, I want to say Rice 1. I'm gonna say that. Why not?
I would say Rice 6. I think Russian Federation could try and maybe give Finland a bit of a scare. Pick something that's super burst heavy. It's neither. It's gonna be Innocent Revolver. Rice 4.
Okay. Rice 6 does have the best background of any map. Of course, you can see some of it there in that map pool screen.
I just want Arnold, man. What can I say?
He's happy.
He is happy. Can't deny that.
Okay,
But alas,
now
we shall wait.
Definitely going to be an interesting one, this one is, because we just saw on the first Rice map, there were a lot of misses. A lot of struggling to keep up with the combo here. I would say this one, just as, if not more, choke prone for this one. So I almost expect to see quite a few misses from this one. So really what it's going to come down to, who is going to miss the least? Who's going to find the least amount of these big accuracy drops and the misses in this one?
We shall see how this goes. Leka is now in for Finland.
It looks like Chus is going to stay in for Russia after that SV map.
Indeed.
So a couple of different players switching in for the second Rice map that we're going to see. And we'll see how this one goes. Another short map, less than 2 minutes. So these misses are going to matter so much more.
Wait, did Chui forget to change scroll speed?
Given the AC, no. This
Okay,
looks like my scroll speed. I almost
Oh
expect
my
there's I almost expect there to be a lane cover in the skin that they have.
I genuinely thought it was gonna be another cup moment. But I guess not, yeah.
No, you do
99.7.
not. You do not get this accuracy with this scroll speed unless this is your main scroll speed.
That is true, yeah.
But either way, it is a very small accuracy lead right out the gates from Russia. Leka and Ghost by Camellia getting a little bit worse accuracy at the start here compared to the other players, but most importantly, all 6 players right now with the full combo. And as I say that, right on cue, Fisu unfortunately getting the miss. That was the highest accuracy on Finland's side as well.
And there's another! And that lead's just gonna go.
I knew it was going to come out while I was saying that. The question was who? Who was going to be the first one to miss? And that means that Russia ends up 20,000 points in the lead after the halfway point.
Yeah, really strong accuracy from Nepco, 99.8. Really piecing Russian Federation's lead together, and Fisu with another drop. That's the third one already.
And separated out as well. That hurts so much for the score. And Russia really holding it together now. Full team, full combo right now. And with some really strong accuracies as well. Nepco holding incredibly well. Chus also with the 99.7, the 2 highest accuracies in the whole lobby there with the full combo.
Yeah, this is a really strong showing from Russian Federation. I know Oni-chan has been a bit of a struggler in accuracy, but this is still a very solid team score. That should be a full Team FC. Yeah,
Extremely solid score.
Nepco got 200 at the end, but that doesn't matter. Oh, that's the only 200 that they had in a 50! From somewhere.
Yeah, full Team FC from Russia. Very strong team performance there. Ultimately wouldn't have even mattered even if Fisu didn't get the misses. It looks like the accuracy alone definitely more than enough for Russia to win that one out. So all teams, 3 maps in a row, winning their own picks. It's going to be Finland now trying to respond, try and win their second one. And there's no more SVs, so I wonder if they go to look at the LNs a little bit. It looks like they do.
For the first time, we are seeing our Infinity. I can speak. Also, the beat map is not showing on client. That's another client moment.
Yes. As usual. But this one, it's going to be interesting to see. This one's the more density-focused pick. So you would say maybe a bit more straightforward compared to some of the other ones. And I feel like that might be exactly what Finland wants. Finland really, what they need to do right now is try to get some solid combos. And if they're comfortable with this one, if they can get some solid full combos, I do think they have the LN accuracy overall to be able to take it against Russia. But we'll have to see.
Both these teams played LN2 last weekend, which was 8-bit Voyager. Finland have the 14th place on it, and Russian Federation have the 17th place. A difference of 5,700 points, so not a lot of score difference there.
Close one for sure. but we will see some swaps, some players that we haven't seen so far in this match. Krasy and Num User, both of those top players. First time we're seeing them in this one. And although, although we do say, this is Finland's strategy, Finland are going to be picking the LNs, we do have, threateningly enough, 2 players on the Russian team with the LN tag.
That is true.
Always gets you thinking a little bit.
If you have the LN tag, surely you should be good at LN.
They are. Absolutely. But here, we'll have to see how it works. As we're into the map now, very even score across the board, but a little bit of accuracy drop from Num User. But,
and that's a miss on Pisu.
Oh, that's huge! That accuracy drop. All the way down, way below 99%. That's going to give instantly 10,000 points of lead to Russia.
Yeah, the nature of this map is... Oh, another one from Ilya. The nature of this map is, once you miss, you can chain a lot.
The column lock effect no longer possible, but still, with this amount of density, this amount of notes kind of happening in a row in quick succession, if you miss once with this density, yeah, it can be rough. Not in the column lock sense, but just to try and regain your... just regain the control.
Yeah, we're already halfway through, all the 3 Russians still holding onto FCs, compared to the one from Kaze, currently matching the accuracy of Oni-chan.
Yeah, but the accuracy lead definitely in favor of Russia, on top of the misses that we saw early. Nepco getting 99.7, the highest in the lobby with the full combo. So Russia in a very strong lead, but there's still the last third of the map left, and Finland are definitely going to be hoping for big misses to come out from the Russian side.
Yeah, there needs to be big misses because there were already 2 from Finland. So that means there has to be at least 2 from Russian side. But so far still holding on to FCs. Nepco did drop out of the 99.7, but still holding on to the FC is key. Because they did drop down to 99.3. So this lead is just growing to Russian Federation's favor on a Finland pick.
Yeah, this is looking so strong for Russia right now. They're managing to find form. They're holding the combos through the whole map right now. Last few seconds left, and there is just not enough time. 26,000 is the lead. And a 3-way FC for Russia, winning the break point.
Yeah, just out accuracy'd, out comboed.
And it feels like, in the past few picks that we've seen, the past couple here, Russia managing these 3-person FCs almost makes me question why they protected and first picked the map that they were struggling on.
That is true, yeah.
It happens though. Bit of tournament nerves perhaps at the start, but now they've definitely found their rhythm, definitely looking to extend this lead, and it's their own pick now. They get to pick, I would imagine, one of the Rice maps. That's what they've been going for so far, at least.
Well, we still have 1, 3, and 6. I don't think they want to pick 1. It's either going to be 3 or 6, if that's the case.
3 is risky.
3 is risky.
Lift-off. Very few teams I would approve of a lift-off pick. That's all I'm going to say. There's very few teams that I would be comfortable seeing pick that, but definitely a possibility for sure. Happy Arnold also up on the board. And the hybrid's still untouched. I don't think Russia really need to take any risks right now. They have a solid lead in the match. So I feel like if anyone's going to pick the hybrids, they can let Finland go for them. Happy Arnold is going to be the pick here. Bit of tech.
We do finally get to see the Happy Arnold.
Who the hell is this then? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, this one,
Alright, that will
once
be a sword
again,
from the Russian Federation.
yeah, another one that this one, very mini jack heavy, very burst heavy, just tech in a pure sense of the word. And we have seen, at least in the past couple maps, Russia have won off of the miss, off of the combo. So it feels like this is very, very much in line with what's going right for Russia so far in this match.
Yeah, so far I believe they also have like better accuracy overall across the few maps that they've played.
Has been decently close though. I feel like Finland is keeping up with the
Definitely.
accuracy. Aside from a couple of, big tanks in accuracy that we've seen from a couple of the players, if they didn't happen, then would definitely be competitive. But for sure, I think that Nepco has definitely shown that they are probably the best accuracy player in the whole lobby right now.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I believe Nepco MVP the most in Russia's previous match, which was against Spain. Nepco actually got 4 team MVPs.
But also interesting not seeing Albania Ilya coming in for the past couple Rice picks. I do think Albania Ilya was one of their best Rice players on the Finnish side, so interesting not seeing them join here, maybe just not comfortable with the tech.
Definitely. I think they rotate across 4 players, which is by Camellia, Albania, Lekka, and Fisu. So these 4 players are their primary Rice players.
Yeah, good to have some backups as well. If it's the same 3 players playing every Rice map, then there's always room for, maybe a map that's one player in particular is not that comfortable with. Having no backup in that scenario can be fairly detrimental.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just good to split the workload in a team, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. Once again, very small accuracy lead for Russia off of the back of Nepco, but Lekka finding a very early miss. Only at the 200 combo mark, so it's not going to have the full effect of a miss that would happen, right now. Okay, no one missed. But yeah, it's going to be a Russian lead, just ever so slightly. It's not that big of a lead, 4,000 points so far. Ooh, but that's going to extend now. Lekka finding another miss.
Yeah, Lekka is struggling with some of these mini jacks and the bursty nature of this map.
Yeah,
Also,
extremely hard.
Shui holding the highest accuracy in the lobby, and misses from Fisu, Oni-chan, and Lekka. So only 1 FC from Finland.
Yeah, that benefits Russia though, that trade. That's 2 for 1.
Yes.
So Russia's going to extend their lead now, getting up to the 27,000 mark. And Nepco, Chus both having the full combo, both having very high accuracies. And no one there to match from Finland right now.
Yeah, Nepco and Chui's accuracy are just... They're climbing, I think. Which is crazy.
Yeah, they're absolutely playing out of their minds right now. Ghost by Camellia also with the full combo, but the accuracy just not quite at the same level, and it's only the 1 player with the full combo compared to the 2 on Russia.
Yeah, and at this stage of the map, there has to be some misses from the Russian Federation side.
It has to be soon as well for Finland because, you look at this point lead, it's growing over time. As the map gets longer and longer, this accuracy lead is going to just start to matter more and more as the map goes on, and it's still very well in favor. Chus did drop in accuracy just a little bit, but still well above that 99.7 mark, still with the full combo. That's all that Russia need right now as we're in to the very end of the map. Not too much of the map left.
Yeah, we're back to a bit more of the bursty nature of the map. But like you said, if the misses don't come soon, it's pretty much over. Oh, there is 1 miss, but it's from Oni-chan. It's from the only player without an FC. So
That's
it's not
a
gonna matter too
clean
much.
miss. That's such a clean miss as well. We can still, the accuracy is still 99.4. Score still above Lekka's score. It's not going to matter in the slightest right here for Russia, and that is going to be them securing another point.
That's a pretty solid ratio from Nepco.
Yeah, both Nepco and Chus, 991k from both of them. the 2 FCs, and that is more than enough right here to take home another point. Now it's time to see what Finland's answer is, because it's getting harder and harder for them to find a pick that would work out. The LN pick didn't quite work out in their favor just before. I wonder if Hybrid, it looks like that's what they're going to do. Hybrid 3 is going to come out.
Oh, for the first time as well, Amic Data.
Yeah, we haven't seen much hybrids at all, really, so far in this round. It's been mostly the... Actually, we haven't seen many of the LNs either. It's been all Rise from the first 3 matches.
This is like the first time we see our Infinity. I believe the last match we saw the Orbit. No Future Eve yet.
Yeah, okay, we've seen 2 LN maps in 3 matches.
Yeah, and this is the third hybrid, because we saw Bad For Me in the first match, Alia Yakta S in the previous match.
Okay, 3 hybrid maps, 2 LN maps in the first 3 matches, and, you know, probably like 15
like
Rise maps.
The SV maps have been picked more, I think.
SV has absolutely been picked more than LN and hybrid.
In a way, I kind of embrace it. I like it.
I am absolutely for that. SV being fairly underpicked, you know, in previous World Cups, absolutely. Is mostly used as a ban absorber in past iterations of MWC, so just a bit of a sponge in the map pool.
Yeah.
But now, like, you know, with the protect system coming in, players are able to protect, or teams able to protect the SV map they're good at. Now, you know, a team can no longer just ban an SV and not bother practicing it right away. They have to be able to practice both of them because a team might protect it. So I think it's worked out fairly well so far, at least for this tournament. But we'll have to see. This is going to be the first time we're seeing this map in particular. First time we're seeing a hybrid map in this match. Let's see how it works out for Finland.
Yeah, and it has to work out, because if Finland lose this, it's match point to Russian Federation on their pick as well. So this has to be a point to Finland. But just like most of the mint hybrid maps, there's a lot of awkward snaps, a lot of bursty elements. And it's already catching some of these players' accuracies off guard, Oni-chan being the lowest accuracy now. But tying with Fisu. Fisu actually dropping more.
Yeah, but it's all things considered very close. Nepco right now and Albania Ilya both matching each other. But that's a miss from the highest accuracy on Finland as well. Going to give a big score lead over to Russia. Even bigger now that Fisu finds a drop as well.
Yeah, this has been the story for this entire match. Russian Federation able to hold to combos longer than Finland.
Yeah,
and at the halfway mark, they're already running away.
There's still plenty of time, but this lead, it's starting to slip away, and Fisu finding another miss. The misses just keep coming, and still 3 full combos for Russia.
Yeah, we got a big section now for these players to try and keep their nerves down to a minimum. Oh, but it catches Fisu again! I think it's just tournament nerves, really.
Yeah, very hard to stay consistent with the level of maps that we have here. And now accuracy dropping down to 99.1 as well. Ac lead massively in favor of Russia right now. Combo lead, also Albania Ilya finding another miss. Still 3 full combos on Russia's side compared to just Krasi on Finland. It's a big lead, 50,000 points as it's going to hit towards the end of the map.
Yeah, and if the fire hasn't spread big enough, Albania just missed again. So it's a 56,000 point lead. This is one of the biggest leads we've seen so far in the round 16. And that will be Russian Federation taking a 5th point and its match point. And Finland now at the brink of elimination.
Yeah, it's not even... Actually, you know, it's not even the accuracy. Look at the accuracy, look at the ratios. It's very, very close. Finland have the accuracy to be able to match this. It's just the combo, purely combo difference here. And Russia are doing absolutely brilliantly as far as the combo is concerned. How many three-way FCs have we seen so far from Russia? We've seen quite a lot in a lot of these maps, and that's not easy to do whatsoever.
I think like at least half of the match, like I think Russian Federation have a full team FC.
That's exactly the kind of consistency that you need on a stage like this, on a map pool like this. And now, you know, as you said earlier, Russia now a match point, and it's their own pick. They get to choose one of the Rise picks left, if they want to pick one of the Rise picks, that is. They have a bit of leeway right now. They have a bit of wiggle room. They can pick even one of the hybrids or LNs if they really want to, you know, get a little bit more of a feel out of things.
Oh, they are going for Come Inside My Heart. Okay. So you did call this a couple of maps ago.
A couple ago, I do normally expect Jack to be left last. I think that's the most common map to be left out of the Rice pool, at least.
I mean, for like now, because I guess like one team doesn't know the other team's Cord Jack skill, so it's so risky to pick it.
Yeah, Cord Jack is one of those things where you can very realistically see, you know, players of roughly similar overall skill levels get either, you know, 997k or 970k. There's a very big range depending on how comfortable you are with a specific BPM of Cord Jack, and that can be hard to tell if you don't know the players that well. Okay, so we're going to see some more
of swaps here.
Yeah, Robot coming back. I think it's been a fair few maps since we've seen Robot. Maybe even the first map was the last time.
I believe they played one more map after the first one.
Okay, so last chance for Finland, last chance of the tournament as well. They are 1 point away from potentially being eliminated. So it is going to have to be a long way back for them trying to win out these maps, and you know, they're going to have to be able to hold their combo if they want to do that, because that's going to be, that was, you know, really, that's where all the lead has come from so far from Russia.
Alright, here we go.
I believe Robot had a bit of client moment.
Was it client?
Yes,
client. Yeah, that was client.
Yeah, the first few notes just had no keyboard presses whatsoever. So
yeah, Lekka starting off with a little bit of a slight accuracy disadvantage.
Nothing too major though, and I do think that accuracy is going to be secondary. That's been the kind of, at least the pattern so far in this match. Accuracy is important still, but combo I think more important with these two teams, and both so far all players on the full combo, but I think it's only a matter of time before someone misses. Ghost of Camellia missing first. It was always going to happen.
I was holding my breath.
And that was right at the end of the very first fast stream section as well. Not an ideal place to miss either. And Russia right now are holding some extremely strong accuracies. 99.85 for Nepco. Halfway through the map.
Yeah, this is... Oh, and that's a miss from Lekka. That's just going to continue to extend Russia's lead.
Oh, this lead is looking brutal right now. Visu and Robot both trading, but that favors Russia just fine, because that means that Finland, all three players have dropped the full combo now. There is still 2 on Russia, and those 2 players have extremely strong accuracies as well. Ac advantage in Russia's favor, combo advantage also in Russia's favor very strongly. Visu finding another miss as well, and there's only a corner of the map left.
I believe that should be it, because this last quarter is pretty much just gonna be the same thing as before. And Lekka starting off with a miss. Only-chan will miss, trading in with Lekka, but that's not gonna matter too much to Russia because Nepco completely destroying this map.
It's gonna take way more than just one miss. Oni-chan, no full combo anymore. Doesn't matter whatsoever. The accuracy is there for Russia. The combo is there for Russia as well. One last miss at the end for Robot. not enough to make back this point lead, and it's going to be Nepco with an insanely strong full combo score at the very end here on this last map. Unfortunately for Finland, they are going to be eliminated from MWC. Strong showing from them, all things considered here, but it is going to be 6-1 the win for Russian Federation. They're going to proceed on to next week, where they're going to verse, well, I don't know who they're going to verse, but they're going to be playing in the quarterfinals in the losers bracket, keeping their chances alive of continuing further in the tournament. But very strong showing from Russia, I think.
Definitely very scary. Like, they are seed 20? I don't feel like they really played as a seed 20. But also kudos to Finland for managing to get a point too. But as you're saying, Russian Federation will actually face the loser between Chile and China.
Ooh, that is rough. That is a tough match as well. Gonna be interesting though, because I think if Russia is able to pull off some of these scores, some of the team scores, the FCs that they've been showing, definitely big potential there. So we'll have to see how that ends up going. But for now, I think we have another little bit of a break until our next match, going to be in about 19 minutes, I believe.
Well, you say next match, but it is actually going to be next matches, because we have two on our way. It is going to be Japan and Singapore on the main stream, and on the B stream, if I'm not mistaken, is it Sweden, Malaysia? Or is there no B stream?
I'm going to have to get a confirmation on that one. I'm not entirely sure, but we do have two matches happening at the same time. I believe there's going to be no B stream, unfortunately. So it is just going to be Japan versus Singapore on this stream here. And unfortunately, we're going to have to just keep you updated with Sweden versus Malaysia. Go check out the MP link when that comes out as well to follow along there. But definitely an exciting one in Japan versus Singapore. So stay tuned. 18 minutes at 14 UTC, and we will see you very shortly for that one.
Yep, be right back for Japan and Singapore. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 4K World Cup 2023. We are not stopping the train, there are more matches to be played. Just like this one right here, Japan vs Singapore in the upper bracket of the round of 16. Both of them managing to beat their respective opponents, Colombia and Australia respectively. Both these teams facing each other for the fourth time in this 4K MWC series. The last three editions saw Japan winning all the matches, and all of them happened in the semi-finals. I am Raviel, and I'll be joined by Silveska Els. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Just had a very good, very good, victory a while ago. Just glad to have been able to play properly. And I hope that everyone also has their A game here, especially Singapore, because man, do they have a tough task to face right now.
Yeah, tough task indeed. Japan and Singapore share two maps from last weekend, which is Rice 1 and Rice 5, and Japan have better scores on both of them, so it is gonna be a tall task for Singapore, but never say never, you know.
Yeah, when you did say never, I can definitely agree, because, man, even if there is a tall task, I never said it was impossible. Because, man, Singapore has a very good roster this year. Sukedayo, Aishiteru, of course, you know these names, but, like, players like Oyama Mahiro, Nick Butt, Ian Hooray, Adam McAville, all the four substitute players literally have stepped up their game, and I can't wait to see how they perform in a pool like this.
But it does seem like Singapore are gonna protect Rice 4, Innocent Revolver. So they are going to protect one of the tech maps. I believe Japan definitely had some trouble with one of the tech maps, which was, I think, Rice 5, yeah. So Singapore actually opting to protect a tech map. It will be very interesting to see how this will play.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. The reason why I think Singapore wants to ban that is I feel like Japan could end up... Like, if Japan misses once, that's definitely going to go to the Singapore side. I do think Oyama Mahiro is a very consistent Rice player, so they're really going for that. And we all know how good Aishiteru is in general, of course.
Yeah, just the nature of Innocent Revolver definitely bringing about misses. For Japan, of course, I mean, it would be a crime if they didn't protect SV, so they do. In Mr. Scratchman.
See, here's the thing. Remember, in previous Singaporean lineups, they were like one of the best SV teams in the tournament. I remember when Singapore had players like Audse, Larard, and I would even argue Mr. Expandion is really good at SV. But now, the challenge is without those players that I mentioned, how are they going to keep with the rest of the world in that skill set? Especially a team like Japan.
I mean, I think the easiest answer is you don't. I think Japan just have like the best SV in this tournament, period. So, to be able to fight them on SV, I mean, you need to step up severely. So I think, you know, now we're going into bans. Japan's still waiting on a ban pick, but I believe Singapore has to ban Complex.
I mean, of course. But hey, SV1 is like, yeah, it is definitely less Oh my god, I was about to say, it's definitely less complex than complex, but I'd beg to agree. Wait, okay, never mind. I thought Singapore banned that. But as I was saying, SV1's more of an act battle, really, because, like, especially the 1/4s, it's more presence of 1/4s than different time signatures. Please tell me Singapore bans SV2, right? I think that's the only ban that you have to make. That is SV2, not SV1. Alright, there we go, yeah. Not surprised there.
Japan banning Hybrid 1. I mean, Singapore do have a decent hybrid score. From last weekend, they were 5th place on Water Lily, 4th place on Cybernetics. But I think Japan are just trying to play it safe.
That's fair. I think Japan's hybrid is not exactly the... Like, the thing is, Japan is very consistent, but I don't think their ceiling in hybrids is extremely high, if that makes sense. Like, I think there's a score cap, and Japan probably wants to avoid that against Singapore especially with players like Oyama Mahiro. Like that's not the third player to be like, you know, to be sleeping on.
But yeah, now we're going into Singapore's first pick, which should be Rice, I think. I'm thinking something like maybe Rice 1?
I disagree. I think they have to go Rise 6. Something tells me Rise 6 is not something Japan would be very comfortable with. And like the thing about speed is I think speed is a much safer option as time progresses, because I don't think Japan's speed is like the best, at least in my opinion, at least compared to their other skill sets and whatnot. But if you pick that first, then you have to risk two factors. One, Japan being at 100% stamina, because like the match hasn't started yet. And number two, Japan's score cap. Those two factors are things that Singapore really has to see if that's what they really want to go with.
But they're not even going Rice, they're going for Future Eve. This is the first time we will see LN1 being played.
Oh, it's the Hydex map, I believe.
It is, yes. It is the LN coordination.
Yeah, LN
So
coordination.
last weekend, both these teams did not play the LN coordination map from round 32.
Wait a second. So Aishiteru is not playing this pick, by the way. That's a very interesting thing. Because I know that Aishiteru is very good in LN maps. I remember when Aishiteru played Your Secret Sleuth and got 995 like it's nothing. So I'm a little surprised that he's not playing a pick like this.
I mean, we'll see if there are any swaps ahead of this because Japan are still waiting for players. But yeah, if Aishiteru doesn't play this, that's definitely going to be interesting, especially on a Singapore pick. But
Well,
then
they
again,
just have to
the coordination aspect, it can be quite tricky.
I agree. But the problem again is, I think my only concern is if McButt is physically going to fall off on a pick like this. Because, like, let's face it, these maps are very physically demanding.
Yeah. Definitely, they are a huge level above the round of 32 maps. But we will see
Yeah.
2K and Ice Cake join 9990.
Well, I do hope that Singapore... Like, here's my analysis on this. Japan's Kruke and Ice Cake are, like, really good LN Act players. They've definitely stepped up their game and evolved a lot in that regard. I think Singapore has to try, as a team, to collectively beat 9990Y. And I think it's possible. It's just, they really have to be very balanced as a team to even make this point attainable for their team.
But yeah, no Aishiteru as we go into the first map of this match. So early on, really strong accuracy from Ice Cake. Otherwise, pretty consistent throughout the board, no drops. Just a little bit of a low accuracy on the side of Singapore.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised with Sukitayo's act. Like, you'd expect Sukitayo to be the one leading the charge in the Singaporean side. But I'm pretty sure Sukitayo is able to increase that as time passes by. Meanwhile, look at Japan. Literally, Ice Cake just being Ice Cake in 99.87. Not surprised, really. 9990Y holding the fort, while Singapore in general struggling. Wait a second! Kruke dropping!
That is a very, very uncharacteristical miss from Kruke. It might change the lead, I'm not too sure, because accuracies are still in favor of Japan. I think it might actually still stay in Japan's favor for now. It's just the accuracy from Ice Cake and 9990 above 99.7, with Singapore highest accuracy only 99.6. That's the reason why.
Well, Sukitayo is increasing the rack really fast, and not to mention the patterns are not going to get any easier. The thing about Future Eve is this is 2 minutes and 24 seconds, and I'm not gonna lie, for a release pick this early to be a little bit long, I think that's gotta like set the tone for the rest of the rounds, right?
Oh, it does seem like the client doesn't like 9990 at the moment.
Well, what happened to 990Y? But let's focus first on how these players are doing. So in this part, you can see the mix of the short and the long LNs. This forces you to be very coordinate, to be very good at coordination, while being able to focus at the speed of the LNs. That's why it makes this so difficult. But these players are treating it like it's nothing really.
Yeah, like a lot of these players are just dropping like a couple of 200s here and there, but no significant drops otherwise. But yeah, definitely Singapore have been trying to keep their accuracies more stable.
Oh,
I think they might be actually catching up with Japan's total accuracy if 9990 can update on their score.
See, the problem is Ice Kick has been dropping that accuracy a lot. I think the nerves have been getting to them. Especially now that we're in the final part. That was a big drop from Ice Cake, and I think Singapore actually was gonna take this point. We'll have to see. According here. Oh, wait a second! Let's see what happens as the time progresses. Was that enough for Singapore to take it?
Will there be enough time for like 9990 to take this back, or is it gonna switch back to the player client?
In before 9990.
Oh no.
And before, wait, so 9990 was actually holding a 99.7 this whole time? How is this happening? Oh, according to the chat, it's a 1-0 score.
Yeah, if that's the case, Japan has this. Because 9990's accuracy is so high. That's like highest in the lobby, basically. As long as they don't drop to the end.
Can I just say, it's a little bit surprising to me that 9990 is the highest score in this lobby.
990k!
That's a very good score from them. Literally the only 990k.
Japan take it.
And what a fitting name, by the way. What a fitting name. 9990 are getting the only 90 in this match.
So it is a Japan point by 2,500. So that miss from Kuruke won't matter. And Japan will pick straight into LN3. LN into LN. We're going for the custom song.
Alright. This is such a risky pick, but I love this. This is what they have to go for. They have to try. Like, if they think Aishiteru is not here, let's say, I think they're really trying to run out Singapore of all of their opportunities to take their points and try to manipulate that. And I think they're doing a super good job on that regard.
Yeah, this map has a lot of shields and that can definitely trip up a lot of players. We'll quickly update on the other match that's happening, Malaysia and Sweden. They played Our Infinity and Malaysia won by 45,000 points. So currently it's Malaysia 1, Sweden 0.
Well, looking at the scores,
that was
a beatdown from Malaysia, I'd say. But hey, Sweden had a fight there, I can tell.
It was a Malaysia pick, so. And it does seem like they are already in their second map, which is complex. So Sweden picking SV2.
Yeah, I mean, SV2 was the make. I won't be surprised if Malaysia banned an SV pick there, but I have no idea what it is. Okay, so moving on though, let's focus on this match, because like I want to note something interesting. The mere fact that everyone is keeping the same rosters, I think indicates how this is who we're gonna be seeing for the LNs for the most part. But something I'm concerned about, again, it's the consistency of Japan, because based on the previous pick, Singapore was the more consistent team in terms of their combo and whatnot.
Yeah, but Japan do have the accuracy. So if it's just gonna be like a 6-way FC, it's Japan's to take. But knowing the nature of this map, we might not see a full six-player FC.
Here we go though. This is going to be the challenge. Like, you did mention the mix of mini jacks and the long notes. Not to mention, I believe there's like a triple Ellen Jack, which players really have to be careful about. So that's double miss from Singapore in Oyama Mahiro and Mech, but that's not a good sign to start. Though again, these mini-jacks, I'm not surprised that that's happening.
Yeah, that's just the nature of this map. We've already seen the Orbit played a couple of matches ago, and we saw how brutal some of those shields get, and it's already tripping up two of the Singaporean players, and Japan still holding pretty nicely with all three intact.
This is looking to be a very solid score from Japan. Literally everyone is on the 990 pace. Very consistent and very balanced team score. Oyama Mahiro and McButt are trying to increase their act, but there's not that many opportunities to do that, especially with the map like this, because of the sheer mini-jack and Ellen challenge that's brought forth there. 9990Y dropping some act, but these shields, mini-jack's not affecting anyone right now. Everyone's stable.
Yeah, but if you're Singapore, you really need to pray for a Japan miss, but that's not a Japan miss, that's a Singapore miss. Sukidayo dropping no FCs in Singapore side, all FCs in Japan.
That's a really...
ISK also taking a huge accuracy advantage, 99.8.
Yeah, and that's a really bad sign. Like, if Sukidayo was the only combo for Singapore and that happened, I don't think that's a good sign at all. Because now they really have to hope that everyone in Japan drops just for a single shot at a point. And once again, what is going on with 9990?
Yeah, it might be net issues, I'm not too sure either, but they are still in the lobby. I am unsure about that one, but as things stand, Japan should take this comfortably. Unless there are huge misses that come. Oh, that might be one, that might be two actually. 990 and Ice Cake.
Brave, what did you say?
Is that enough? Is that enough though? Because Kuke is still holding the FC. McButt will miss, so that will trade into one of them from Japan.
I think that would be good enough. 990 and Ice Cake did really well, just two unfortunate misses. It's not going to be enough though, I can tell. Because like, that was literally a team miss from Singapore. These sheer patterns not affecting 990 at all right now.
Yeah, this should be a Japan point. Because Kuke FC 990K. And 990 finishing off the map with 983. That should be Japan's.
Yeah, definitely Japan's point. Not
the lowest score in Japan is the highest. It beats the highest in Singapore. Like, yeah, that's a second point definitely. And Singapore will have a timeout to probably think about what they want to go for next.
Yeah, I mean, here's my opinion. Singapore absolutely has to go for Amygdala. Why Amygdala? Because Japan banned the hybrid. And remember, something like Future Eve requires a lot of like coordination, right? So why not go with something like that? Alea Yakta unfortunately has a lot of mini-jacks. I think while Amygdala also has some of those, Singapore probably has to go for something like that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just think right now maybe Rice isn't such a good option, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, okay, we have to wait.
Going for Infinity though.
What? So you look,
the entire LN pool.
I don't like this pick at all. Like, you just picked all of the LNs and you lost both the LNs.
Well, to be fair, the match is still pretty early on, so there are still gonna be opportunities for Singapore to pick into hybrids, possibly into Rise, but they will be running out of opportunities if they do lose this. Also, for the other matches happening, Sweden did win on their pick on Complex by 26,000 points, and they are already into their third map, which is Future Eve.
Yeah, I feel like Malaysia should be able to take that, considering their Ellen powerhouse in Leon. Though Sweden is not a team to be slept on as well on that skill set. However, now we're going to AO Infinity. What makes this map hard? Well, it's a 200 bait map. That's how I would describe it. Cause like, it really forces you to be able to play density stuff while still being able to be careful on getting 200s. So yeah, these players have to be really careful, and I can see why Singapore went for this.
And also point out, like, what we saw in the last match, if you miss, it can be quite detrimental. Because it really doesn't stop.
Alright.
But are we actually gonna see a swap?
I think we're seeing Cooker. In before it's actually Gil's Goki.
Honestly, I have no idea.
No,
no.
it's 991.
Okay. So it is still gonna be the same lineup.
You know, I just realized this, but why not? If 9990Y, wouldn't that be like 999K?
Maybe?
Imagine if they get 999K on this map.
There's no way. No way. Maybe on liftoff, but not this.
Alright. Yeah, I just gotta move 9990Y and that's about it.
The thing is, after this map, it's basically all 6, well not all 6, but the remaining Rice maps, and then the hybrids, and then the SB map that Japan protected, so Singapore will have to play like Rice or hybrid eventually, definitely.
Yeah, alright. Oh, wait. Okay, so we're seeing Neon Hooray for Japan? Just kidding. You know, I was expecting someone like Adam Mackerville to play this, not gonna lie. Adam Mackerville is a pretty good LN player. Alright, well... I'm kind of confused as to who's the lineup.
Oh, 990 is back.
Alright, yeah, there we go. Again, I'm a little surprised Singapore went for this. Like, they already lost 2 LN picks back-to-back. I feel like a change of pace may have been a little better. But if it was a change of pace, it was definitely not supposed to be Rice or SV. Especially not SV.
No, I believe we should be good to go. And there we go.
There's the MP start command. Getting
Let's
ready.
hope that the internet issues from 9990 side get fixed. But I mean, with the start being like that, I'm not being hopeful at all.
Okay, well, we have to wait and see first. What is going on? I have no idea what's going on right now, but I guess you can just imagine they're... Can we just imagine they're playing?
A quick update on the other match. Malaysia are now up 2-1. They won Future Eve by 88,000 points.
Alright, so yeah. Let's just hope that the client will be able to run the whole thing in a bit.
Oh, 9990 is typing in chat, so there might have been an actual panic. Like probably an MP restart there. If 9990 is chatting in the IRC.
But yeah, let's just for the meantime, let's see if any of the issues will be able to be fixed.
Yeah, we're gonna have to give this one a while. In the meantime though, we are seeing Innocent Revolver being played in Malaysia versus Sweden. That's Sweden's second pick.
I honestly think that's a good pick for Sweden. Cause like, they want to see Malaysia choke early on. And I think that's like something Malaysia has been very prone on in their previous match against Hong Kong at least.
But yeah, I guess so. I mean, Malaysia's rise has been pretty good, honestly. But definitely with the nature of Innocent Revolver, it's very miss-heavy, choke-heavy.
Well, alright, so apparently it wasn't a board. This is why the stream wasn't able to run. But I really hope that their issues are already resolved.
Funnily enough, there's the Sweden-Japan lobby in the chat there.
Oh my goodness, I just noticed that.
Shoutouts to Sweden and Malaysia. Did I just say Sweden-Japan? I meant Sweden, Malaysia. I'm sorry, Malaysia.
What's going on? I don't even know what's going on anymore.
I think we should be good to go from Japan and Singapore. But also in Malaysia, Sweden actually won. So it's tied now. Sweden won Innocent Revolver by 16,000 points. There was a miss from Malaysia's side, which was Aina missing. And all 3 Swedish players FCing, so you were right.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I was expecting Malaysia to miss once, and that's exactly what happened. Not to mention, Lemmy clutching up an MVP against Sol was also very crucial for them. So yeah, 2-2.
2-2 over that side, but now we're going back into this one. Japan versus Singapore.
Alright,
a little bit of a hiccup at the start, but yeah. Ice Cake, hello?
I'm not sure. I mean, Ice Cake is really, really good at LN, so I'm not really surprised about that myself.
Very
But here we
slight
go.
advantage right now.
But yeah, Japan is really good at LN density. They may be a little bit wonky on LN mixed and LN released, but their density is certainly up there. Though Ice Cake seem to have dropped some 200s. This is what I was talking about. This map is a very 200 bait map.
I mean, it is still very solid from Japan as a whole. Like all 99.8, so actually 990 dropping down a little bit, but still very solid compared to Singapore.
Very solid indeed.
Oh.
But wait a
All players
second.
still... Yeah, all still holding FCs though.
Yeah, indeed, it's very solid for everyone. Although Oyama Mahiro is a little bit behind compared to the rest of the lobby, Sukidayo and McButt are able to keep up with 9990Y, but still have some work to do in that department.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, Japan just has superior accuracy over Singapore, but if a miss happens, things can change. And we're going into the second half very soon.
Alright. It's about to reach the the second half, and I would argue the second half is a little bit harder because of fatigue and whatnot. Japan still holding a very solid team score. Singapore actually also doing very well. It's just the axe ceiling of Japan is clearly much higher.
Yeah, and still no drops across the board actually. But we still got the final stretch, anything can still happen. This is still within range where Japan can lose that lead very quickly. So they cannot be complacent, but as time goes by, the hope for Singapore to steal this lead back just shrinks, and at this point it might be a bit too late if there's any misses coming from Japan. No! 0 misses throughout this entire lobby.
And yet, even with the 0 misses, that was a 20,000 point lead on the Japanese side. Goes to show how dominant this really was.
Also, the Sweden-Malaysia chat still there, but yeah, like this Japan team score is still really impressive. All above 990k.
Yeah, Ice Kick definitely took the MVP. But hey, look at Super Tayo and McButt also getting single digit 200s. I think that's very impressive on their end.
Yeah, they tried all they can to kind of stop the bleeding, but Japan are just an absolute powerhouse right now. And speaking of Japan, they do have their next pick, so maybe Mr. Scratchman can come out.
Well, let's see first. I
Speaking
think
of Sweden Malaysia, they are playing the Orbit right now.
I think the Orbit's a good pick for Malaysia, not gonna lie. But it's kind of sad that right now we won't be able to really see who or what are the picks to be making in this. Oh
my gosh! Wait, is this Japan's pick? This has to be Japan's pick. Oh my gosh! I'm okay. I mean, okay. In the chat, Malaysia won the point. Malaysia won the Orbit by 37,000 points. But quickly coming back to the Japan-Singapore match, if this is a pick from Japan, oh my gosh, I'm excited.
Man, I can't wait to see. Man, Ray, remember when the Philippines played this? Woo! I can't wait to see how Japan performs here.
I am very interested to see how Japan performs, because Japan, for the longest time, has been a court jack powerhouse, like to the days of Interlizer. But even so, like even without Interlizer, they still have such good players as one joins the lobby, AM Duskier. And I think we should see okay, there we go. We do see JH Lead go in the lobby as well.
Man, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see how everyone performs.
We will see a Neon Hooray come in, as well as Adam. So waiting for Japan's third player. Could it be Gyoza?
Oh no, it's Kuke.
Oh, it's Kuke. Okay, you know what? That's fine.
Alright, so here's my problem with the Singaporean team. I think like having no Aishiru really diminishes their chances of winning this pick, in my opinion. Like Aishiru is their anchor, their accuracy anchor to be able to play maps like this. But now they have players like Oyama Mahiro, Neon Hooray, and Adam Ackerville. All three of them are very consistent players though, so I'm expecting a really good performance from all 6 players here.
Yeah, but when you're trying to go against accuracy as a base, like this Japan roster is just screaming accuracy.
Alright,
We are going to go into it.
Let's see if the Japanese side will be able to capitalize on this pick. Is this I think this is their pick, right?
This should be Japan's pick.
Because like I don't think Singapore would pick like this, and not to mention AO Infinity was their pick.
Yes, so Japan did pick Lift Off. Also, Sweden picked Infinity Rage over on the other side. So they will be playing the other Falcon Sound Team song.
Alright, here we go. So let's see what score Japan and Singapore are gonna dish out. Adam Ackerville with a 99.96, currently the second highest in the lobby. Oyama Mahiro and Neon Hooray having decent performances themselves. But now here's where the real deal starts. Yeah?
I'm going to be honest, I feel like this match is already over. This map is already over. Right from the start with Oyama and Neon dropping accuracy. Because I do not think we're gonna see... I don't think we're gonna see Japan drop below 99.9.
Sleep Girl has been dropping a little bit though. So that's a little bit of a shaky start from Sleep Girl. Though we have to preface this by saying it's not over till it's over. They may be dropping accuracy now, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. Singapore is increasing their accuracy. Unfortunately, all of them are in 99.8s. The fact that 99.8 makes you potentially lose a point right now, that just goes to show how crazy players are nowadays.
I mean, we can already see with this team score from Japan, that's a miss from Oyama Mahiro. So that lead is just going to grow towards Japan.
Alright, yeah, that is true. Unfortunately, Kruke and AM Duskia just continuing the charge for Japan. Sleet Girl slowly increasing their accuracy. Singapore, while they're having a good performance themselves, this score by Japan just super high in general. Sleet Girl and Kruke increasing their act slowly and surely, but I'm really wondering. I think they're actually increasing their act right now. The fact that this is getting more dense and they're just increasing this act. What in the world is this team? Oyama Mahiro unfortunately finds a drop. I think that kinda is the nail in the coffin. Because like look at Japan's consistency right now. They need a team miss in order for an opportunity to happen. But it's not looking good so far. Like it's so dense yet, nothing yet. No drops yet.
Like I mentioned over the past few years, Japan have been a contact powerhouse.
That's true. Kruke gets out 200 or 100, I think. But I don't think that's gonna matter.
Yeah.
The pattern's being denser.
It could be I think it's Klein.
Oh, that was Klein.
Back up to 99.96. And all of the players holding 96. 2996. 6. What? What are these ratios? 63, 66, and the nice number.
That's literally just an average. This is an average of 66, right?
Yeah, and not only that, but that's a 300 deviation of 6. 6 300ths of 300 deviation. That is insane consistency. And to add on, like you combine all the 300s from Japan, and they still beat out a single player in Singapore.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Come on, man.
That would be 100. That would be 198, I think. Yeah, 198. Cause like, yeah, that would still beat out everyone in Singapore.
That is ridiculous. But I don't think it beats out Philippines, right? I think Philippines still had the highest score.
Yeah, 2997888.
Yeah. I mean, when a 2996 isn't the highest score of a map. Wow. Going back to Sweden versus Malaysia, Malaysia do find a breakpoint on Infinity Rage, so Malaysia do take that. Okay, and the chat is now back to where we are, 4-0 to Japan. It will be Singapore's pick next, but this could potentially be Singapore's final pick. Potentially.
So just an update, Malaysia actually wins their own pick. Sorry, no, no, they take a break point actually.
Yeah, it was a break point. It's the first break point of that match. So Singapore will go for Rise 2, and okay, what you're seeing on screen is wrong. Liftoff should be the one that's picked by Japan. So Singapore is going for the other Falcon Sound team song, which is Infinity Rage. So we are gonna see some jump stream. And this is interesting because Japan have the best jump stream score of last weekend.
Well, Japan in general is just a really good, they're just a really good jump stream team, even historically wise. Wait, I just realized something. Imagine if Japan wins this, right? Potentially, they're still leaving out their best pick out of this match. You know what I'm talking about, right?
They don't need to. They don't even need to pick SV. They don't have to.
But they can. But they can.
They can, but they don't have to. They just have so much dominance. It's insane.
I just think Singapore has to be really careful with this. If they're hoping for a Japan miss, I think that's a really bad strategy. Cause like Japan's accuracy on maps like this is insane. And their consistency is on another level when it comes to this. Especially someone like a Father and Sleep Girl. Like those are two players you don't expect to miss.
Yeah, these three players from Japan's side have been like the core of Japan's MWC roster ever since they made it to the grand finals back in like 2020. So these three players have so much experience, so much tournament consistency, compared to a very unexperienced Singapore side.
Man, I just really hope Singapore is aware of what they're doing here. Because, like, again, consistency and act, I think Japan would have the cake in that regard, right?
Definitely, but anything can still happen. And especially now that we're going into the parts of the match where you start feeling a bit of fatigue for some of these players, especially with players like Kuke that have been playing quite consistently throughout this entire match.
Alright.
Wow.
Yeah, consistency is the right word. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at a father, 99.99. Even on some uncomfortable jump streams, a father just demolishes it.
Yeah, but we are still quite early on. This map is relatively long, 3 minutes. So when there is a miss that might happen, it could definitely cause some damage.
I actually think the most vulnerable to a miss here is Crew K, especially on
Yeah.
the maps like this. I mean, you can already tell based on the accuracy that there's a little bit of a discrepancy on their end. Meanwhile, Singapore, still a good performance. They have two 99.9s, as they say that Oyama Mahiro drops to 200. But I don't think it should matter too much, because this team score is really solid. If a mistake on Japan happens, this could go on the other side.
Yeah, right now this lead difference is just because of Neon Hooray. But Singapore are doing all they can to try and keep this gap close. Like, this is some respectable accuracy from both Oyama and Sukidayo. And Kuke did fall out of the 99.9, but is slowly trying to catch back up.
I'm very impressed with Singapore's team score. The fact that they're able to be consistent on a map like this, it's super, like, it's crazy to me how good people are right now. Especially with a map like this, it's a very uncomfortable map. And those streams did not affect anyone again.
Yeah, Singapore are still trying to keep this close. We're already more than halfway in. It's 5,000 points of a lead. That's not a big lead by any means.
It's just the difference between Neon Hooray and Crew K, really.
Yeah.
Like, Sukidayo and Oyama are able to sort of match Sweet Girl, but the difference between Neon Hooray and Crew K is just a little bit too much. And right now, this is when players tend to get a little bit more tired. Like, the patterns just keep on going and going and going, and yet no one is dropping yet.
The lead is growing to Japan though. It's now 7,000 points. This might be where the inexperience kind of shows for Singapore as well. Because if stamina starts to be a huge factor, we might actually see some last minute misses from Singapore side. But Japan, like the experience that they're showing here, with so much jump stream practice from all three of these players, especially with players like AM Duskier, this could be settled.
Indeed. Unless a final drop happens, because this is still a catchable point for Singapore, but unfortunately the consistency of the Japanese team is just a little bit too much. That should do it! Japan takes the point. I think that's 2990? It is!
Yeah, it is. Barely.
Wow!
Zero misses throughout the entire lobby as well.
That's very impressive.
Wait, what? I was
wait.
about to say V1WS from AM Duskier, but apparently he got like a 100 and a 150 towards the end, I think.
If a father missed there, man, I think Singapore would have taken it.
No,
It's not over yet.
Japan should have gotten it because like Neon Hooray dropped a bit at the end as well.
Wait, it's not over yet. Why are they saying GG's?
Yeah, next week Japan still. Also, JH League Go did take a V1WS, and there we go, Japan picking SV.
Yep, exactly the move.
Meanwhile, over at the other end, Malaysia are at match point themselves. They managed to take Amic data, and that will send Sweden to the brink of elimination at the moment.
Oh man, let's see.
Okay, this is the
I can't wait to see how this one goes, really.
This is the moment. I mean, Japan are quite literally the best SV team in the entire tournament. We shall see how this goes. Okay, very interesting fact, by the way. Last weekend they played Ultra Synergy Matrix. Crew K's keyboard didn't register at the start of Ultra Synergy Matrix, so Crew K literally like missed the first few notes. And as a team, they still took number 1. They literally still took number 1, even with Crew K missing the first few notes.
That
is
insane.
disgusting.
That's just how good they are.
The best 2 scores on Ultra Synergy Matrix were both Japanese.
My goodness. Oh my goodness. Just an insane SV team in general, you know?
Yeah. And of course, we are seeing Gyoza Goki in for this one because Gyoza Goki is Japan's SV specialist. They managed to get the number 1 score on Ultra Synergy Matrix. But we should see Kuke this time. Over on the other match, Sweden versus Malaysia, Happy Arnold has been picked.
I mean, I don't know if Malaysia picked that, which I think that was the case. I don't know if that's a good decision, really.
I think Sweden picked it because Malaysia won a break point and then they picked Amic Data, which brings it to 5-2, so Sweden is picking Happy Arnold.
Alright. So we're just wait. I think we're missing Crew K in this lobby, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, Crew K and SV go together really well.
Of course, what's an
It's
SV
incorrect.
map without Crew K?
I will be honest here, you know. Like this is still potentially possible for Singapore. But I mean, if we're going to look at statistics and mathematics, this should be a Japan victory. But we'll never know until we get into the map itself. Next fight, Yabai. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Well, let's see first. Anything can happen, right? We'll
Remember,
see.
the hardest notes are always the first few. We'll see if like the first few notes catches anyone actually.
Imagine if it catches one of the Japanese. That's the
Oh,
only
no, it
chance.
might.
That's
It might.
the only. It won't, right? See? Told you. And of course, they triple 100 that. Oh, fuck.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
They are
Wait.
still all holding hundreds.
Okay, except Ice King,
Ice King's
unfortunately, in the
first
drop to. What is going on? What? Okay, Kuke still at 100.
Kuke is still holding 100. Alright, how long can you hold it? Oh, there we go, it's over. Actually, that might be a 200. Was it 200?
I think it was. I mean, Singapore has a very
huge drop.
Yeah, Singapore is a very solid team score though. But still,
It is. It's just
Europe
Adam
is-
though. Like Adam picking a few 200.
That is true. But it's not over yet. There's still some time,
Definitely.
and anything can still happen. No one should let let up a single bit.
You know, with like all of these ghost tabs that happen, I'm a little bit scared if one of these players ghost tabs into an actual note. Like that can happen.
Even with that drop from Kuke is still increasing the attack really fast. And here we go. Of course, Gyoza Goki, Ice Kick, Kuke. This is an SV trio to be feared. And they're showing exactly why.
Alright, now second and Gyoza goalkeeper missed!
Yes, that could swing the. I don't know.
I
That's
think
a
it
very
might
bad
be-
sign.
That might have been like a ghost tab, maybe. I'm not too sure, but Neon Hui picking a bunch of 200s. Dropping
That's
number
a real-
990.
That's
Yeah,
not a
Neon
good
Hui
sign.
just missing the timing of these. I think even if the miss, it's still not going to change the lead at all. The accuracy from Singapore just not being able to match Japan, even with the miss from Gyoza.
Yeah, that's
We have one last section
unfortunate.
here.
Adam missing.
And
That
Adam
should do it. Unfortunately, that should do it. I don't think Japan's gonna find any more misses. That was an unfortunate drop from Gyoza, but it shouldn't really matter in the long run. Because they're literally still beating Mech Butt's accuracy, which is the highest in Singapore. And I think that's the match, I think.
That is definitely the map and the match. Japan will take it in a sweep 6-0. Let's see ice case ratio. Oh my god, never mind. Crew K ratio 36. Oh my gosh. And I mean, I don't know what happened there to Gyoza, like 2 100s in the miss, but 43. Like these ratios from Japan are just not comprehensible. What?
The mere fact that Kruke still got 9 and 7 with a 200, what in the world is that? And also Gyoza did like that. Just an amazing effort from Japan.
Valiant effort from Singapore side to try and keep it close. There were a couple of close maps, but otherwise, Japan have stamped their dominance across the entire skill set range of this map pool. And they will be booking their ticket into the quarterfinals of the winners bracket. Singapore not out. They are not eliminated, they are just dropping to the lower bracket, where they will face the winner of Argentina and Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, I think that's the case. Though, hey, let's not forget, there's another match happening, right?
Yes, and actually, Sweden have breakpoint. They actually took a breakpoint off Happy Arnold.
No, that's their own pick, I think.
They
that's
took
their
a
own
breakpoint.
pick. Wait, what? It is? No, it's their own pick. It's their own pick.
Oh, it's their own pick. Alright, but they are playing bad for me right now. But it is a 5-3.
Okay, well, considering that Amigdata was almost a victory for Sweden, this could still be their win, in my opinion.
But yeah, I think are we actually gonna switch to the match?
Well, I hear the music.
I am hearing the music too. We might be going over to Sweden, Malaysia right now.
Oh, that's around the end of the map actually. Like I hear this. They're currently playing it.
I think it's in the middle. Okay, it is in the middle. It is in the middle.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. Sweden has the advantage right now. This is really good for them actually. It's a side.
Tosai again.
That's 2 misses from Tosai.
One in the map, but Diamond will trade.
Oh, these are
actually a huge drop from Diamond actually. But Tosai
Oh my goodness, this is Sweden's opportunity to take a breakpoint if it's possible still. Oh my goodness, my heart is beating a lot right now. These patterns are not gonna get any easier, and considering that J-Lai and Leon are dropping to Lemmy's accuracy around there. Oh wait, Karina!
That's a single FC to 2. Is that enough to change it back to Malaysia though? Because the accuracy advantage is Sweden's, but the combo advantage is Malaysia's. That leads shrinking.
The side has increased the act very well, but oh my goodness, this is close.
This is very close. Oh my gosh, he flickered back to Sweden for just a split second. Leon holding a 99.69, J-Line 99.62, beating anyone else from Sweden. But it's just Tosai lagging behind, but Perini will miss. That's just gonna give Malaysia even more advantage right now.
They really have to hope for... Sweden has to really hope for Malaysia to find a miss or two. These Ellens are starting to get more abrasive. These Rice are starting to get more difficult to balance. Oh my goodness.
The lead is just increasing. Diamond Blaze dropped accuracy along with Perinia. So now it's a 12,000 point lead to Malaysia and we're already approaching the end.
That should do it, I feel like. Very unfortunate way to go out. But Sweden did put up a very good fight against Malaysia. Wouldn't you agree with that?
That was a lot closer than I expected, honestly. But it is going to be a Malaysia point 6-3. They will take it. This has been one of the closer matches of this round of 16. But that also means that we will say goodbye to Sweden. They are eliminated from this year's edition of the World Cup. They fought bravely, brilliantly to take 3 points off Malaysia, but it will not be enough. Malaysia will be advancing to the quarterfinals of the lower bracket.
Yeah, still a good performance from both teams, but again, unfortunately, only one can really be the victor. Congratulations to Japan on the previous match, and in this one, congratulations to Malaysia. A great battle. even after losing many of their core players, they still prove to be a very strong team.
Yeah, one Southeast Asian country losing, well, we got another Southeast Asian country winning, so all is well. But with that, we are actually just 5 minutes away from another match. Yes, the matches don't stop. We still have more, so hold on tight because next up is Taiwan-Italy in another elimination match. This one for their tournament lives.
I can't wait to see on how this goes. But for the meantime, stay tuned and thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, with that, I will be swapping out of the commentary booth, but Silverska is still gonna stay in. But do say hi to Dynascape, who will be joining in 5 minutes. So with that being said, hopefully all of you will stick around. Also the bracket, by the way. Starting to look a little bit spicy. Just a little bit.
Yep. But yeah, can't wait to see how this one goes. Thank you so much for commentating, Rave. And see ya.
Yep, see you in 4 minutes for the next match, Taiwan vs Italy.
Hello everyone! Welcome again to the Mania 4K World Cup 2023 round of 16. In this match, we'll be having Taiwan versus Italy. I'm Silveska Els, and joining me is going to be Dynascape. Hello there, how are you doing today?
Doing great as always, Els. I'm very excited to watch this elimination match as it is going to be the winner does get to make it through and face UK in losers round 2, so it should be a very interesting one, especially since the seeds are so close. Taiwan at seed 27, Italy at seed 22, and more interestingly enough, this might be a rice battle for the ages.
I mean, that's true. Like Taiwan and Italy, I would argue their rice is like their strongest skill sets. So Ellen and hybrids are going to look very interesting in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I think that one of them is gonna have to budge. One team is gonna have to go into that LN pool later on in the set, but not before they feel out how it is in the rice pools. I think whoever gets this first pick is probably gonna go for a rice pick, and then we'll have to see what happens from there.
Oh, interesting. They're actually going for SV1 as their protect. I think Taiwan doing this, it's probably like they probably studied their opponent very well. And looking at the qualifiers actually, because I would argue the qualifier is more accurate as an SV judgment compared to like round of 32. Like, so let's see here. I think Taiwan actually has a decent score on it. Oh, I don't think so actually. They had the lowest score in Italy in the SV, it seems. So I think Taiwan's just banking on the fact that they've practiced the SVs a lot. And that's a good thing if that's the case. Because like as long as you know the map, then maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the SV difficulty is getting to around that qualifier level, but it is going to be hard to say who is going to take it in match. I mean, Taiwan did protect it, and they also did play SV2 last week against Indonesia. They had such P-Dog and Red Orion playing for their lineup in SVs. We're going to have to see how Italy fares up against that, because they, I don't believe, have played SV before.
Well, certainly, but they're probably, but like even if they don't have, even if Taiwan doesn't have like information on the SVs, I think the mere fact that they're confident enough to protect it shows that they're able to capitalize on picks like that. So now Italy banning SV2 I think proves my point even more, that Taiwan probably practiced these SV maps a lot.
For sure. Italy also protecting Rice 3. That's gonna be very cool to see. Gonna see the core Jack pick most likely, and then actually Taiwan is gonna go for a ban on Rice 1. So it remains to be seen where they want to go in the pool after that SV1 pick is exhausted. Maybe they'll have to go for LN and Hybrid on this round.
Alright. So again, recap, Rice 1, SV2 are the bans. Your points were good. I think it makes sense that Taiwan bans this. But wait a minute. Italy seems to be happy that that was the ban. Or actually, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing on the chat. But like, look at the reactions here.
Yeah, it seems like they're very, very happy. I think Nano is on Team Taiwan. So, I don't know, maybe just good vibes all around before the match is gonna start.
Alright. So now that Taiwan has the first pick, I assume, right? I think Taiwan's the first pick. Yeah. Like, look, I got a little confused at what Guion Mania said. We can start, even though it is Taiwan's pick. I think Taiwan has to go for maybe LNs. I doubt it though, because like Italy is also decent at LNs. No, actually, they're going for Rice 4.
Wow, Innocent Revolver coming out for Taiwan, so they are gonna stand their ground for now in the Rice pool. Gonna pick Rice 4. This is the mixed pick. Very, very Jacky, similar to Rice 3, but there's a lot of flams, there's a lot of funny patterns involved, so you do gotta watch out.
I think they're just relying on the fact that, like from what I've noticed in the previous match, Taiwan is very consistent on short bursts of map, and they're trying to attack Italy in that regard. I think this could be a good move, but it could also backfire, because if they win this, I think Italy can go for the OD0 map.
Yeah, I think the OD0 map might be a pretty good pick as well. On the side of Taiwan, we have Dablo Rex, Such, and Jacky. They are the players who did play all the Rice maps from last week when they faced Indonesia. And then on the side of Italy, we've got Barry, Sim Zero, and Gui on Mania. A bit of a change, Barry and Sim Zero staying from last week, but Gui actually subbing in. We saw Best Fast a lot when Italy had faced who did they play last week? Oh, they faced Canada last week, yeah. So that was a pretty good match overall. Gonna have to see if this bump in difficulty means or justifies any changes on Italy's side. But MV Start does come out, and we are gonna see the first map of the match.
Alright, so now, I think Such and Jacky are very physical players, but so are Verhi and Gui on Mania. So here's my problem here. Like, the consistency factor is going to be one, another is accuracy, and I think Italy has the better act, but Taiwan is probably trying to attack their consistency.
Oh, I definitely agree. I think that Italy did have a bit of a consistency issue last week against Canada, which led to them dropping maybe more points that they should have. They probably could have gotten better than a 5-1, or sorry, a 1-5 against them. But as all players reach the combo cap, we actually do see Italy with the slightest of leads, bar flicking back and forth.
Very, really giving the charge that Italy needs right now. These rolls and bursts not affecting Italy at all. Meanwhile, I have to give props to everyone for still holding a FC, with considering the nature of this map. Even though I do see some 200s being dropped, still the consistency has been really good for both.
Yeah, a lot of 200s. Seems like it was early for Such, and as well Diablo Rex taking a couple of late 200s. Pretty much no one coming out of that little section unscathed except for Very.
Yeah, Simo and Guion Mania are like around the same as Such and Diablo. Jacky is really combating Era Verdi's charge, but it has to be higher than this. Because like Italy is currently destroying this.
Definitely, there's only a fourth of the map left, but we are gonna see a trade in misses. It scared us for a second. Guion Mania taking that first miss, but Diablo Rex trading it right back immediately.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of time for both Italy and Taiwan for this lead to change anytime soon. But I don't think it's gonna happen anytime, because like everyone for the most part has been very consistent. Will Italy be able to close the deal? I think so. That was a very scary one, because Taiwan almost took that. If Diablo did not miss, they would have definitely taken this.
Yeah, definitely. Italy kept on their toes, but they are gonna get this first breakpoint and have the next pick. It was very, very close for the entirety of the match, but again, that traded miss from Diablo really sealed it for Italy. Just 5,000 points for Italy to win.
But it doesn't really matter in the long run, because like it doesn't really matter in the long run. It's an opening pick at least. Better to lose points early than to lose them like in the more crucial parts of the match, which is later.
Exactly, and as I said, I mean, with Taiwan losing their first pick in the Rice pool, I think that they might be a bit more scared to pick other Rice maps further in to the set, and Italy gonna have to think about what they want. They did protect Rice 3. Do they want to pick something else right now?
I think Italy might want to go for maybe a hybrid. Because like I think Taiwan's probably gonna put in something like Aradorion. I actually sorry, I don't know I still confuse that name sometimes. So I apologize for some of my mishaps in that. Okay,
Yeah, it's
so
hard to say.
I think it's Aradorion. I think it's Aradorion. But like here's my take. If hybrid's gonna be the map to play, I think they're going to put Aradorion in, and I'm not sure if Aradorion would
Nice
be
to
able to
meet you.
keep up with the physical pull like this. Oh, they're going with Happy Arnold. Very bold move in my opinion, but considering that they won Innocent Revolver, I think it's a potential good pick.
I do think that the extra little boost in Rice difficulty for this map compared to Innocent Revolver is a good choice for Italy. I do think that overall their physical ceiling is higher than Taiwan's, which could lead to more misses for Taiwan on this map.
Yeah, physicality definitely plays a big role, especially with a pool like this, because like it's really starting to get hard even as early as round of 16.
Yeah, no free rides here, and especially not for Italy. They are still gonna have to fight through this point, as such Jackie and Diablo Unchanging are gonna stay in for this lineup. Same thing with Italy, they're gonna stick with their Rice experts with Era, Berry, Sim0, and Guion Mania.
Yeah, I mean, looks like they're just not gonna change rosters at all. Now, what I'm curious about is if if both teams were pretty consistent on a short map, what more on something like this? Now I'm curious what's going to be the deciding factor here.
Exactly, the playing field really has changed. This map is longer, it's more physically demanding, it's more techy, and we already see it now. Jackie actually struggling to get out of that transition off of the long jack on the fourth column. 99.3 for them.
Who the hell is this then?
Unfortunate, because I believe Jackie was like Taiwan's top scorer on the previous map. But look at Italy though. 299.9s to start. Gui and Mania not too bad, but as they say that, Very is the one finding a drop. That is going to be a huge hit for Italy. Because I don't know Dynascape, but I've noticed something. Both Taiwan and Italy's top scorers are just had the first drop.
Yeah, and Diablo actually trading it back as everyone gets back up to combo cap, and yet another one as well. 2 misses for Diablo. That's gonna be a 99.3 for them. Jackie has done well since that drop top act on their team, but Barry actually dropping again, and then Diablo trades it right back.
It's just unfortunate misses from Diablo is what's giving Italy the lead. Whoa! Whoa, that was just 3 people missing at the same time. It's only gonna be Saima who's gonna be holding the combo, and that's a very high act as well. What's going on here? Look at Veri's accuracy.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on, but Arnold is very happy to see all of these misses. SimZero as well, the only FC left standing. Barry does take another miss, but it's not going to chunk into Italy's lead just yet. They have 10,000 points to their name, and it's only halfway through the map.
There's still 8,000 point lead. It's the misses that Diablo sort of accumulated is what's giving Italy sort of a anchor to still lay down on, as Vergi reaches the combo cap soon, which should still give them a comfortable lead, but there's still time. As they say that, Saibo finds a drop! This could give the advantage to Taiwan! No one missed on the trills!
Wow, everyone did really well on the trills, but SimZero actually taking the final FC off of the board, and now Taiwan is starting to accrue just a little bit of a lead as SimZero tries to get back up to the combo cap. There's not a lot of map left. Everyone has to be locked in. Everyone has to play this last 8th perfectly.
Yeah, no one can afford to make a mistake. Those mini-jacks not making anyone drop. These trills not making anyone drop. Oh my goodness. Time is running out. Who is going to take this? Wait, this could go to Italy on the act side. Oh my god, I'm shaking right now. I am shaking hard right now.
Last couple of notes, but it's honestly pretty easy. You just cannot mess up here. 2,000 points separating both of these teams. A lot of 300s taking from Jackie, and it gets really scary at the end. Taiwan holds so steadily.
That was so scary. Very having 7 misses. That, I think, decided who takes the point.
100%. It's not every day that you see a 7 miscount with an 8-200 count. Just super unfortunate misses from someone that you expect to be the top scorer for basically most maps for Team Italy. And because of that, Taiwan is going to bring that breakpoint right back to them. It is 1-1, and Taiwan up to bat.
Well, if I were Italy, I don't want to be like too discouraged. Cause like, think of it this way. Yeah, they lost a very winnable point. But at the end of the day, you gotta move on. It already happened. Unfortunately, this is the cards you're dealt with, and you have to make sure that the strategy of the team is able to move forward with situations like this.
Exactly. Can't look back on those mistakes. You gotta push forward. And there's still 3 rice maps left on the board for Team Italy to pick. I don't think that they're gonna change up their game plan anytime soon. I think they are gonna try to take away the rest of the rice picks. But Taiwan, I think now would be a good time to start getting the lead going. Go with SV1.
Well, yeah. But hey, now what does Taiwan go with? I think Taiwan has to go with Celsius, right? Lift Off, in my opinion, is a pick that Italy should utilize. Like, I'm just noticing how varied these two teams are in terms of rice. Like, Korjak's Italy, sort of Tech could go to Taiwan. Maybe Infinity Rage could be different, though.
That's true, but Nano from Team Taiwan actually calling over for P-Dog, and as I predicted, P-Dog is their SV player. They are going to go for SV1.
Alright, so they're going for Mr. Scratchman. Trying to take a lead, really, which in my opinion could be a good move. But if Italy practice this, oh man, this could end up really bad.
This definitely could, and timing is always a very important factor when you are going to pick an SV map. When do you bring out the SV pick? The best time is probably when your SV players aren't playing in the previous pick. And for Taiwan, it was a very good idea because we have P-Dog and Orion coming out now. They're fresh. They've probably been practicing while Taiwan and Italy played those first 2 points. So, I mean, it's going to be tough to see, but I think Taiwan does have generally the upper hand on this map.
Well, we just have to wait and see. Because, like, I really think some good things can come out from this pick. But they have to be very careful just for it to actually happen. What good things can come out of this pick? The good things, I would think, are Taiwan being able to capitalize on potential 200 and 100s that Italy might get. That's how I can see Taiwan winning this.
Yeah, definitely. This map still pretty high in OD 7.5, and that kind of shows here with Orion taking a 200 very early on. So scores are jumbled up right now, but as it starts to even out, Italy does have a 4,000 point lead.
Alright, let's see what's going to happen. I mean, this is still very early on, so I don't think they should be too worried.
No, not at all. Orion still gonna have a big chance to up that accuracy as time goes on. However, I think this map is something around like 1,000 notes total, or objects total. So if you do miss here, that might be the end of your run on this map for your team.
That's true, but oh, I saw Ara Dorian finding some 200s. At least it wasn't any drops though.
Yeah, actually getting under that 99%. Italy holding very, very strongly here. 99.7 from Sim0 going to be on top, as well as Gui beating anyone. Double miss coming out from Taiwan, and that section that was very, very tricky. Even P-Dog taking a bit of an accuracy hit at a 99%.
That was so unfortunate. I think this pick actually backfired for Taiwan after all. Italy's performing really good and very consistent, even on the teleports. I think such an Ara Dorian could have maybe misremembered this section, and P-Dog finding that miss, I think, sealed the deal.
Pretty much triple FC from Team Italy, 3/4 of the way into the map. No FCs on the board from Taiwan. In fact, no one even over a 99% from them. That's going to be, as you said, a bit of a backfire from Taiwan. I would not expect this team to score, I guess, this poorly on something like their Protect. I think they would have came in ready, but it just seems like something happened with Team Taiwan, and all three of them just missed the mark for this play.
Very unfortunate drop from Taiwan. Like, comparing ratios, I don't think it was actually too far, with the exception of Simo performing a lot better compared to the rest of the lobby, at least in terms of ratio. But I think losing on your own Protect is just, like what you said, like you did mention stuff about that. Like, losing on your own Protect is just a big demotivation killer, in my opinion. And they really have to try and see how they can recover from that.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are going to have to wait just a little bit because it is Italy's turn to pick right now. That's the third straight breakpoint Ls. I don't know if we're going to see a fourth straight.
That would be nice. Oh, they're going for lift. This is the pick that I was saying Italy is very specialized on.
Yeah, the Chord Jack map clocking in at almost 142 BPM. It varies a lot in terms of the density, but you can be sure that if you aren't on point in this map, you can drop at any point. But I mean, Italy, as you said, very specialized in Chord Jacks. Again, I think that they are physically the better team overall. I think they are more accustomed to the skill set. So Taiwan has a lot of work to do to try to get back that break point and try to make it 2-2.
Well, the only concern really here is I don't think Very is going to repeat the same mistakes that they committed on the previous Rice map. And I'm confident in saying that. But, here's the thing. If Taiwan can keep the consistency for this map in particular, they can make something happen. Italy has been a little shaky sometimes. But, so is Taiwan, really.
Yep, consistency definitely something that we've mentioned before. On the side of Italy, Barry gonna be the person to look at. I mean, I would expect them to top score the entire lobby if I had to guess, but that all hinges on how they do and if their consistency is there for this map. Because on their last pick, on Happy Arnold, it just was not. So gonna have to see here Diablo Rex, Such, and Jackie coming in for Team Taiwan. Almost a full reconstruction. Such the only one that stated from that SB pick. And Fax coming in for Italy.
Yeah, so now I think seeing Diablo Rex and Jackie back is no surprise. Though a change that Italy has from their Rice roster is replacing Guion Mania with Fax. So again, the consistency factor is going to be huge here. As I say that, Fax finds a drop. This is what I was talking about. If Taiwan can keep their consistency here, then this could really be something.
Yeah, and pretty much dropping at the worst possible time, right as everyone gets up to that 400 combo cap. When you start to earn full marks for each note, Fax does find a drop, so that's going to set them back quite a bit. Taiwan is going to get themselves a nice little 5,000 point lead. However, overall accuracy could be a problem for them. We see Very and SimZero absolutely killing it, and if time goes on and Fax raises that accuracy with no one else in the lobby dropping, I think Italy can just cleanly take this point.
The scary part is the density is going to get a little bit harder as time passes, and not to mention fatigue is going to be a huge factor as that's going to be the case. Because like right now, yeah, we see really high acts and very consistent scores, but fatigue again, like what I said, and there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, finally that fatigue settling in for Such. A lapse in judgment for Diablo Rex as well means 2 misses on the side of Taiwan, and that lead is gone for Taiwan, basically evaporated and doubled over for Italy. A full advantage of over 15,000 points as Diablo actually takes another miss.
Very unfortunate, because like I think Taiwan really had an opportunity to take this point, but I mean there's still time. There are some very difficult anchors at the end, and if Taiwan can hit those and Italy misses, this could swing back to Taiwan really fast. Though time is running out, the anchors are about to arrive. Here's what I'm talking about. Can they hit those? Almost Fax. Okay, that's the first drop. They need another one though, but I think time is running out already.
Yeah, gonna need nothing short of a full combo break from Italy, but it's just not there. 12,000 point victory on the Korjak map. And the first non-break point as well. Italy takes it, and it is now 3-1.
Still a very good performance from Taiwan. Like the fact that this is, I believe, seed 28, 27, and they're still performing really good. That just goes to show how scary these teams are now.
Yeah, and Barry with a 998 DDP, only 71 300s in that whole map, almost having the next best ratio in the lobby. That's going to be Jackie with another one, V1SS. But unfortunately, again, those misses from Such and Diablo Rex gonna do it in for Taiwan. It is their next pick, and we're gonna have to see HB1 come out. They do forfeit the Rice picks over to Italy. They basically say, hey, you guys can have it. We'll go another route.
I mean, bad for me. I think Taiwan is just trying to see if they can beat Italy on the long note mix stuff. Like if you incorporate LN elements to Rice. If Taiwan could do that here, then maybe the LNs are going to be bad news for Italy after all. considering there's only 2 picks in the Rice department, and they know that Taiwan can utilize that OD0 map to their advantage.
Yeah, 100%. For this map, this really is a 200 test. There's so many staggered starts and releases, not to mention the triple flams to go right after it. There's so many places where you can just mess up because of the lack of coordination in your fingers. So all 6 of these players do have their work cut out for them. Very, very tight rope that they are walking on right now.
Well, yeah, now let's wait and see. So it looks like Taiwan's just gonna keep the same roster, while Italy's gonna sub in Guion Mania.
Pretty light start, everyone doing just fine. Top score in the lobby is going to be Jackie, and as I say, that takes a couple of early 200s, so now it is very, and actually Such taking the first drop. It is before combo cap, so it's not as damaging as it could be, but Italy is going to take that early lead.
Yeah, this map is pretty long though, so 1 drop should not affect too much. So I think that even if a drop does happen, it shouldn't be too much of an issue yet. However, once it comes to the later parts of the match, that's when it could really change.
Exactly, Guion Mania finally trading it back for Italy, and I think it was overall a dirtier drop than Such's. So the ACK discrepancy here is starting to lean towards Taiwan. Everyone doing pretty well on the inside trails as well earlier in the map, but Barry taking that second miss for Team Italy. Sim0 the only FC left for them. Diablo Rex actually falling as well. Jackie the only FC for Taiwan.
Yeah, now this lead could go back to Italy anytime soon. I did not realize how close this could be. And right now, Taiwan just really trying to push it forward to as high as they can. But the lead's going back to Italy on this break section. I saw Perinia drop a while ago here. Or, I'm not sure, yeah, I think it was Perinia. And this part, you cannot really just make any mistakes. Luckily, Taiwan isn't right now, but so is Italy actually.
And just look at that score bar, else it is flickering back and forth right now. Interestingly enough, Jackie for a while had the lowest accuracy on the side of Team Taiwan with the only FC. Everyone doing really well on those inside drills. Yet again, Italy trying to claw back that accuracy discrepancy. Barry standing at a 99.7, Sim0 just as well. Guion Mania taking a miss and Such as well, trading it back. I think it's gonna favor Italy just a little bit as Such takes the second miss.
That certainly favors Italy, but I don't think this is a safe lead at all. Oh, but as I say that, Taiwan finds another drop, and that was a huge one. That literally skyrocketed Italy's lead on this map. They could have really won this, but those unfortunate drops are going to give Italy the victory. Unfortunate final drop from Simo, but that's about it. A breakpoint actually for Italy again.
It really is a blink and you miss it moment. 3 rapid fire misses coming out from Team Taiwan, 2 from the side of Such, 1 from the side of Diablo Rex, and that, as you said, that lead from Taiwan evaporating. Italy taking a 20,000 point win. It's very, very scary, very competitive for the entirety of the match until that last little ki.
I have to say though, the 200 counts were actually very close. If you were to calculate them, I think Taiwan might have a slight advantage, because Guion Mania had 29 grades. And not to mention, the ratio from everyone is actually super identical. Like,
Yeah,
that is literally
very,
just the
very
same ratio from
close.
everyone.
40 grades on the side of Italy, 38 on the side of Taiwan. However, Taiwan picking up more bad judgments overall means that Italy is going to see through on Taiwan's pick. So again, another break point. Taiwan's only point coming from Italy's first pick. And now is where the worry starts to set in, because Italy is going to pick Rice 2 immediately. That's going to be Infinity Rage from Lemon Guy. And this is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, wait, I'm a little surprised about this Wait, no. Actually, no, I'm not surprised. If it was our Infinity, I would have been surprised. But now that Infinity Rage is the pick, this could be very risky, but very rewarding for Italy. Because this is a very chokeable, really chokeable jump stream map. And this is 3 minutes as well. I feel like if I were to pick a team between these two to survive the fatigue, it would definitely be Italy.
I'd have to hedge my bets on Italy as well. There's a reason why they picked it. It's so physically demanding. You are jump streaming at 232 BPM for 3 minutes in total, and there's pretty much no breaks until the last couple of measures. So you really have to be strapped in. You have to be ready to go, and fatigue might start to set in for Team Taiwan. Because honestly, if Bittersweet had shown anything for bad for me, Hybrid won. They did kind of, I guess, phase out in the end. They had a lot of misses that I wouldn't really expect.
Starting off with some very awkward jump stream. Like, this really forces you to rotate your wrists in a manner. And oh, Diablo Rex fighting the first drop. That shows a lack of stability in being able to play awkward maps like this, which is what Italy looks to have right now.
Yeah, I think Italy does kind of have the chokehold on this map as it stands, 6,000 points in advantage as Diablo Rex tries to get back up to that 99.7 range, just about at Faxt's level. Such at a 99.84 is kind of in that limbo between Sim0, Barry, and Faxt, whereas Jackie is matching the second best player from Italy.
Sim0 being a good backup for Barry. Honestly, Faxt also doing really well. Like, I have to give them props for being able to come back from their Jack performance, which I think this Italy team is going to be one of the highest scorers in this map. But we gotta give our flowers to Taiwan as well for doing a really good job on being mostly consistent, really.
Yeah, and you do have to be consistent. I mean, this map is such a gauntlet. When you see a Lemon Guy map and then you see the artist as Falcom Sound Team, I mean, can you name a better duo in tournament gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you gotta associate Falcom Sound Team and Lemon Guy. But wait a second, Very actually fighting a drop. This could make things spicy, and those sort of rolls once again. This could give Taiwan an opportunity. Simo, on the other hand, has been the anchor, the backup that Very needs, but Diablo Rex fighting another drop. That's exactly what's not. That's the reason why Italy really has this lead still.
Oh, definitely. Even with Barry's drop, I think Diablo Rex has around 3 total. The gas starting to run out for them as we get into the final measures of the map. Jackie, and such holding strong with double FCs. Fact actually taking a break, but it's not going to do enough. We're going to have to see about 1 or 2 more breaks, especially on the side of Sim0, but it does not seem likely at all.
Yeah, I mean, even though there's 2 FCs to 1 here, the misses that Diablo Rex accumulated, I think, was too much, unfortunately. But that was a close one. I mean, to be fair, this is 3 minutes, so 11,000 is bigger than it really is. But still, a good fight in general, really. Simo and Jackie had very close scores. Amazing performances from everyone for being able to just consistently play maps like this.
Yeah, it should be said that Very and such actually pretty much matching in scores as well. Really, that 11,000 point difference you can see is going to be from Diablo Rex and Fax. Diablo Rex with a 973. Still a very good score, but just beat out by Fax 984.
I mean, yeah, Fax did the good job here. Again, everyone was just, in general, everyone just had really good accuracies. Okay, so I think Taiwan might want to go for maybe our Infinity, but I don't know. I feel like Italy would be good on a map like that, cause like yeah, it's LN, but physical players who are able to learn LN in a short time tend to be really good in density, which is why I think Italy is going to be a good team in our Infinity.
Yeah, our Infinity might be a pretty scary pick. Thankfully, it is Taiwan who has the final say. I know that the players on Italy's side does want it to be picked, but maybe they have other ideas.
Well, we just have to wait and see first. Can we pick TB? Of course not. Okay, oh, they're going for it!
Wow. Actually going with Italy's plan said in the lobby, Taiwan does want to go for AO Infinity. That is going to be the density pick of this round, clocking in at about 191 BPM. Gonna have to see if at this speed it is uncomfortable for anyone in the lobby. I know P-Dog is coming in, that is one of their LN specialists. Not sure who is going to play LN for Italy. I think this is the first time we've seen them play an LN map in this tournament so far.
Well, at least for this match, this is the first time we've seen LN, because in the previous match, there was our Infinity, the Orbit was also featured, and even the Hypex map, so all LNs have really been featured already. The thing that I'm concerned about Taiwan really is, do they have the, are they really adept at LNs enough to be able to catch up with a country like Italy's team? I think the answer could be yes, but Taiwan has to be really careful. Because again, this map being density, and what I do feel like about density maps is physical players who learn LN for a bit tend to be able to play these at a good rate.
Yeah, and I think last match where you had casted, you had said something along the lines of, it's pretty easy to drop 200s on this map, and that could potentially make or break a country beating out the other on this map.
Well, still, if Taiwan picks this, then I hope they're very confident. Because this is a 3-minute and 11-second map. This is gonna go on forever if you're not careful. And here we go. This is where we're really going to be seeing who has the better LN capabilities among these two teams. And even if Taiwan wins this, remember, there's still one Rice pick open. And unfortunately, P-Dog is going to be finding the first miss of the whole lobby.
And it was a pretty ugly miss as well. I think picked up a couple 200s in general. Second miss from Team Taiwan coming out from Jackie. Not the greatest start as P-Dog finds a third one.
Yeah, and that's just back-to-back miss on Taiwan's side. Such is the only player who's really able to keep up. Meanwhile, Italy still with a triple full combo. The thing about this map is, it might not be too fast, but like the short LNs really make acting this a challenge, considering how it could be a 200 bait. But now Taiwan just finding misses back to back.
Yeah, basically full combos cleared out from Taiwan. No one can seem to really get a handle on this map. I think the lowest accuracy from Taiwan with such at a 99.47 is going to be worse than anyone on Team Italy. The ball really is on Team Italy's court as Barry finds the drop, but with a 40,000 point lead, I mean, you need so much more if you're Taiwan.
Yeah, like Italy has the team miss twice. And maybe in this part as well, because this is the break section. I mean, Taiwan is doing very decently, almost a 99% for everyone. But Italy's on another layer of just impressive performance, especially Simo and Korean Mania still with their consistent performance.
Yeah, and I think one thing to note is that the accuracy doesn't really matter for Team Italy. It really was in the FCs from SimZero and GUI. Jackie taking yet another miss. 99.6s for Very and SimZero. GUI with a 99.5. I mean, they're not crazy accuracies from what we've seen so far in this round, but just Italy has played out of their minds on this map, and definitely we're the better team on this LMP.
Indeed, unfortunately, these dense sections really are going to be favoring Italy more. As harder as the LN goes, Italy would really have a chance. And there you have it. Italy is going to be winning the match 6-1. A valiant effort for the Taiwanese side. But unfortunately, it is what it is. And Italy is going to take the victory and will be advancing to the quarterfinal stage.
Yeah, we're going to see Italy face, I believe, the United Kingdom next week. Good games to both of these teams. Taiwan really did fight and try their hardest. They had so many close points, a lot of tricks up their sleeves. I really did like what they were cooking up in the set. But that's going to do it for us here. I think this was the end of a very long block, about a 5-hour block. And we are going to take a break for about, I think, 8 hours. Next match is not going to be for a while. So hope you guys enjoyed. We'll try to get that next match up for you guys soon. But until then, Els, any other closing thoughts?
Just gotta say, I'm very proud of everyone for being able to raise the skill level that everyone just puts in nowadays has been insane. That lower seeded teams are able to put out scores that can contest the best players in the world, and I'm just very happy to see that. But now with that in mind, hope to see more from everyone in general, and thank you so much for stopping by. But don't forget to stay tuned for our next match, which is going to be Argentina versus Netherlands. But until then, that is all for now, and see you next time.
Bye.